Yeah, happy Thursday. It is a Thursday, isn't it? What's up, Gonzo? What's up, fellow workers? Probably used their wrong. Stone Shard update. Coming soon. Rusty's in school. It always makes me feel weird. When people are in school, but also in stream. Does that make anyone else feel weird? I feel weird about that. The executives of Yap Inc. Welcome in, executives. Flippy's here, guys. Flippy is here. It is so nice. It is so nice. When you're a single dad, right? And then all of a sudden you got get the band back together, right? Makes me feel like I'm 100 years old. Stone Shard update in 30 minutes, by the way. Don't worry, we'll be talking for, oh, I don't know. I'm not even sure. I want to say 2 hours. I don't know. Here. Here. Oh, who is this one? Who is this one? Oh, who are you? This one. I know. Who are you? How are you, baby? Uh-oh. I know. What are you? Yeah, I'm strong with this one. Hi. You know. Can you hear me when I'm over there? I'm not sure. Landry? Currently camping in Arkansas. Landry, what's going on? Beard like, give me, okay. Do the beard like, okay. Do the beard like, come on, you. Come on. Ew. You're so gross. You're so gross. Camping in Arkansas. It's good? You bless the stream? He doesn't know what's going on. Beautiful hot sunny. That sounds awesome. Arkansas. Dang. I bet it gets hot quick down there. Dude, sometimes I feel like I'm not used to the whiteness, right? I'm not... Look at the color difference. That's gross, right? Do you have like, sometimes when your clothes are too new, right? They feel too new. I had that feeling. Hot one here, 93, probably like 40 Canadian. That's wild. 40 Canadian. 40 Canadian. Getting up to 87 today. Fresh pair of gloves. It's true. Moss, how are you, buddy? Did you get settled in? You said Moss is in... Are you in your own office now? Moss has got an office, guys. How cool is that? How cool is that? Hi, Razzle. How are you? Thursday, dudes. I camped 1 year at Lake Ouachita. It was beautiful out there. Is the music loud? I have my little headphones are in. My little headphones. You tell me. Clippy will be our audio canary in the coal mine, okay? Office Moss? He's an office man now. Yeah, we're settling in. I'll be getting the rest of my furniture stuff delivered this Saturday. Awesome. How did the drive go? Moss did a little... He moved, right? I don't want to say too much. I hope the drive was good. I'm excited for you. You know what? I should send you a DM because I just want to know. I want the deets. I want the details, but now maybe it's not the time. It's Thursday. Guys, we have what do we have? We have no list. Okay? Only Yap is today. There's nothing else to do. We're not playing a game. We are just gonna talk. I haven't heard deets. Oh, did I say deets? Did I say deets? That's gross. Drive was great. Stopped in Grand Canyon, Sedona. Stumbled upon a mile-wide meteor crater just off the highway in New Mexico. Wow. Deets mogging. I feel like there's probably room in the comedic landscape for like a fusion of old 90s expressions and like modern young person slang, right? No list. Only Yap, guys. I mean, we have a small list. The list is like this. The list is like this. I'll show you. Here's the list. We got a season 8. We got a mega Yap. Okay? We have a mega Yap planned for today. The list is this. We're gonna talk about 3 things. I feel like enough time has passed now, right? We are firmly in the late stage of Season 8 for Dark and Darker. Hi, Kid Kane. How are you? Welcome in. Too young to know what Deets is. Shut up, Luke. Shut up. You can't. Oh, no. Oh, no. Dudes, we still are paying attention to this game, okay? Still. It's like, do you ever go fishing? And sometimes, like, there's a fish that just will keep flapping in the boat, right? Like, it just doesn't die. And, you kind of feel bad because, like, you know the thing is suffering, right? But it just keeps flapping around. This just in, Toxic Stream tells audience to shut the hell up. Airborne Crater, what's going on? Yes, Luke, sorry. Deets is a really old expression, I guess, for details. Give me the deets. Give me the details, okay? It's not that cringy. There's, you know, people say turb for turbo bis, right? It's no different than saying turb. Give me the turb, right? It's no different. Until there is a replacement, this game is undead, not gonna lie. It's true. Which is why, today, we're gonna talk about it. Any official details released, Blinn? I'm not sure. In regards to what? In regards to what? Yes, Maddie's here, guys. Italian Matthew, aka Maddie, aka Marty, as as typed by Clippy's late night phone autocorrect. Oh god, I've not been yet exposed to turb. Give me the lowdown. Deets is very 90s clueless movie style, lol. Dang it. Leaving out a single letter, how lays. I feel my soul dwindling at such mention. Oh man, Season 8, obviously. Are there any, are you asking me if any official details released? We're still waiting to see if they're gonna do Italian Marty. Hello, once again. We're still waiting to see if there's gonna be an actual release of Ranger and Rogue skill and perk overhaul updates, right? A few things have been data mined. There might even be a few additional fighter perk changes. Who knows what's gonna happen? Who knows? Okay, that's kind of like a unconfirmed thing, but confirmed. No idea if there's gonna be any crafting with what do you call it? Obsidian, right? Like a chump. I've got like 30 stacks of obsidian, thinking that there's gonna be something I can make with it, or maybe I can sell it for some reason. My biggest gripe with this season is the gap between HR and normals. I feel there's no point at all in the purple gear now. Now, arena. The purple gear, you could argue, is for arena. But I know what you mean. Andrew Bolyard. Mr. Bolyard? I love Marty from Italy. I love Marty. Sort of the, you know what? The bet, you can't, like, virality, like, truly, like, good, authentic memes have to come almost from mistakes, right? Memes, for a meme to be good, for a joke to be good, it can't be forced. It has to just emerge, right? It has to just emerge. Marty is sticking. Marty is just funny. Yes, guys. Yes. Yes. I say yes. I'm gonna put a little smug in there too. Why not, right? I say yes. What up, my dudes? Barazuku, what's going on? Marty is great. I love it. Are we? Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. There's a little bit of like, I just like to, you go a bit slow, because some people just kind of roll in, and I don't want to get, once I get going, okay, it's gonna be hard for me to like, you know? Stream is truly blessed. Back-to-back burger appearances into yes. It's true. It's true. Guys, we're gonna talk about the arena, because this has been kind of a big season for the arena. I'm gonna ask the question, why do people like it? We're gonna dissect arena a little bit. I've also got some thoughts on Season 8. I think there's some positive changes. I think now that, like, I've had a chance to kind of brush some of the detritus, the debris away from the surface of the game, right? A lot of the distracting bells and whistles have kind of fallen by the wayside. And I see now the foundation is still cracked, right? And I want to talk about that. There's also some lingering issues, some major issues with solo, right? A design mistake, I'm calling it. Hijacked by gamers. People like it. People like Arena. I think some do, right? We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We'll get there. Let's just cracked like sick or wicked. Now the word sick has been around for a long time, right? I enjoy Arena. There it is, right? How old is the word sick? There was a commercial. Okay, get this. Get this. So there was a commercial on TV, okay? Once upon a time. And I forget what the commercial was for, but the commercial, it had two guys standing next to each other. Oh, Zyl's not feeling good. Hang in there, buddy. And one guy has a shoe. One guy is standing next to the other guy and he's holding a shoe, okay? And it's kind of like a weird looking shoe. And he says to the other guy, yeah, like these, it's a green sneaker, okay? And he says to the other guy, yeah, my son thinks they're sick, right? And it was so funny. My son thinks it's sick, right? And that commercial was so old, okay? Sick is such a 90s, 2000s thing. The bold Zio is sick though. Rip. I'm sorry, I hope not. I've never played Arena. You're not really missing much, Sneely. It's kind of exactly like the dungeon, only like you're really not missing much. You really aren't. Anyway, I worked at an advertising and design agency at the time. Okay? It was like 2009. And I went to an industry night with a colleague from my agency. And we're standing around. There's a bunch of people I don't know. I'm a young professional, okay? We're standing around, and I say in this gaggle of people, my son thinks they're sick, right? Arena is boring. And there's a guy in the circle who looked at me, deadpan, and said, that's my line. Like, he wrote the line in the commercial, right? Anyway, I thought that was, how cool would that feel if you were a guy who wrote a joke for a commercial on TV, right? And then, like, years or months later, some kid at a party says your line, like, as part of, like, the background culture of the world. Pretty cool. Hey, that's mine. Totally. There are many binguses, right? There are many binguses, but this one is mine. Arena is the best game mode. Ooh, it's gonna get spicy, dudes. It's gonna get spicy. I can't wait. Should we go? Should we get it going then? Bingus the Fett. Should we get it going? Welcome in, everyone. It's nice to have you guys here. I'm just gonna change this out of Bingus. I'll go to Mingus, okay? We'll go to Mingus and then we'll come back. That just for later, just in case we want to go back there. Bingus the Fett. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Thursday. Clippy is here, right? All the friends are here. It's perfect. It's perfect. Let's just take a breath together, okay? And realize how good and nice it is. There's a bunch of crap going on. We know that there's always going to be crap going on. But for now, right? We're here. It's nice. Lovely. Arena is great practice for PvP. That's about it, though. I never loved ranked ladders. Interesting. Georgie's here. Now we can start. Part of me, a part of my heart was waiting for Georgie. Because I know Georgie is down for a yap, right? Georgie's a thinker. Georgie's a yapper. He's down. Okay. Let's get going. My blockers are on? Yeah. My blockers are on. We're good to go. Here we go. 3 things. Talk about Arena. Reflect on Season 8. And then we're gonna discuss some of the issues with solo. Okay, that's the list. But other than that, let me say it again. Other than that, there is no list. Only yap. Get ready. Okay. Where to start? Bring the music on just a little bit here. I like Arena because you can learn another team and start to build tactics against theirs. In Dungeon, it's one and done. Ah, interesting. There's a bit of longevity. Oh, that's very interesting, actually. I kind of missed that. I missed that in my reflections of the thing. Let's talk about the Arena, okay? And the way this is going to work, the way stream is going to work, is I've actually got a bit of a media share. Okay? Got a bit of a media share for today. Don't do this very often. So let's see if we can get it going. Like so. Like so. Because today's discussion is going to be augmented by video footage. Okay? We're gonna be talking, we're gonna play some video. Sometimes it's just gonna be text. We're gonna talk about this kind of stuff. You mean to enter the lists? We are, Maury. We are. No list pulls up diagrams with captions and arrows. The Thursday Iron Mace roast. Here we go. Let's listen up. Okay? Straight from the horse's mouth. Let's listen up.
This is the official season and people are taking it more seriously. In terms of engagement right now, it's like, dude, the arena this season is popping, right? Yeah. Every weekend, like we see a huge contingent that are coming in just for arenas, right?
Yeah.
And so we know, like, oh, okay.
What did he say? There's a huge contingent of players who are showing up on the weekends and are just coming in for arena. Interesting. These guys used to be really forthcoming with metrics. Remember back in the day when there would be like, you know, reports, a lot of data analytics, right? Yeah, SDF, he's got 2 baby mamas, right? Who knows? Who knows what's happening on this little universe, right? His Clash of Clans. Very funny. Uh-huh. Which mobs were killing us, right? Okay, cool.
You know, our goal also was this season is, you know, we wanted to make it more accessible, right? So that's why it's like, oh, okay, you know, forget about the it has to be minted with your name. We're gonna leave it at epic, and so we wanted to.
He was pretty dismissive there about a kind of a major part of arena, was he not? Forget about the self-minted, almost kind of like it was it's an inconvenience, but it's interesting how dismissive he was of that. I thought that was curious.
And so we wanted to get more people involved in the arena.
Okay, one more time.
More accessible, right? So that's why it's like, oh, okay, you know, forget about the it has to be minted with your name. We're gonna leave it at epic, and so we wanted to get more people involved in the arena.
Okay, so mission accomplished, right? I think that if their goal was accessibility, interesting. I think keeping arena at purple, very interesting, right? It definitely made it. You know, I didn't play it, but I thought about it. I was like, you know, it wouldn't be that hard to get like a purple kit together. Very interesting. Back here. And then back here. Okay. First of all, let's break down. What is good about Arena. We touched on it. Okay, what's good about Arena? Before we go any further, my exposure to Arena this season has come almost exclusively from watching Guild Leader streams. Okay? I've watched more of Guild Leader play Arena than I have personally played Arena. I see chat messages on stream like 5 seconds before my chat box somehow. That's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Self-minted put people in the dungeon at least. Shout out Guild Leader. Yes. Now, Guild Leader all season has been on a mission to get to 1,000 follows on Twitch, and I think he hit it last night. I was too busy working on my notes here. I couldn't be in stream. But if that's the case, GG Guild Leader, if you are not following this dude, please follow the link here in chat. Go over to Twitch, give GL a follow because he is an absolute grinder, okay? He is like, he's a gamer and he did so well in Arena, okay? I watched this guy slide the Castellan through the eye slits of so many top helms. I was there, he did it excellent. He's got a maid costume. He really wants to wear a maid costume, the cat ears. Okay, that was the promise for 1,000 follows. He's there, but let's not stop at 1,000. If you are not following Guild Leader, hop over to Twitch. Just take a second. I'll wait. Okay, just go there, give him a follow. I'll wait. How is that possible for chat lagging, not the stream? I don't know. Anyway, GG, buddy. What is good about Arena? There's a few things I think. As mentioned in chat, Arena is kind of a lower stakes way to get PvP exposure. And great practice. Great practice in PvP. Lower stakes, exposure, and practice in PvP, hard to come by in the dungeon, right? Also, as mentioned, you get to repeat your match against the same opposing squad comp, which is really interesting. You don't get that in the dungeon. I missed that detail. Very good detail. You also get to explore the nuances of builds and build diversity, right? From the limited amount of arena I played, you bring in some swap gear, right? You've got all the stuff in your stash. You're always tuning. You're always trying things out. And I think that's also really good to allow players a lower stakes way to explore the nuances of their build, to explore build diversity. Those are good things. Okay. You also get to experience different team comps, right? Both with and against. You're not always running in crazy different... You're not always getting like the shuffle experience in the dungeon. Maybe you've got like a standard duo, a standard trio. You all kind of typically run the same stuff. Arena, for that, just that turnover. You're always in a different comp. You get to see how it feels like to play with a warlock, to play against a warlock, to play with a healing druid, to play against a healing druid. It's so good to experience that, right? It's also kind of like the game's only end game. And it's a reason to grind for gear and for gold, right? The arena. It's a reason. Even though it wasn't solo self-found this time around, the fact that you could just purchase your whatever, right? It still was a motivating factor, I think, for a lot of veteran players. It's end game. And lastly, it can be more casual. It can be kind of like a brain-off activity while still staying in the Dark and Darker universe. If you don't want to get off Dark, right? You want to stay in Dark and Darker. You still want to like think about your stash, think about your class, right? But you don't want the stress. You don't want the intensity of the dungeon, right? Arena's there, a little more casual. These are, to my mind, the good things about Arena. Okay? Why was Arena popular? Why was this game mode popular this wipe in particular? Let's talk about it. It's the first time that there are rewards and a warlord tournament. It's long overdue, okay? This is a major incentive. For us too, we have around 5 or 6 people who play. Only 3 of us play together a lot. Arena is cool for building cohesion with people you don't play with much normally, with no risk. Excellent. Well said. Totally. Blinn should do something like that. I wonder what that's in reference to. 10k followers made costume. Uh-oh. Guys, what's the stretch goal? What's the 10k follow? What do we do for 10k follows? What do we do? Bottomless stream, but you'll never see it, right? I'll stream without bottoms on, but you'll never see it, right? Who knows? Who knows? The fact that there are actual arena rewards, long overdue, right? Long overdue. The fact that there is actually kind of like a high-level warlord tournament, first time ever, that's a major incentive for some people. And I think that's cool. That's a cool thing. I swear I'm not wearing pants stream for 10k. Clean shave, oh my god, right? And then I'll immediately go down to 4,000, right? We will lose 6,000 subscribers overnight because all of my power and charisma comes from my beard. You don't understand, right? If I shave my beard, I look like a wet rat, right? An actual rat. I'm only here for the beard. Me too, right? I gotta look at myself. I don't want to see it's been, I don't even know when the last time. It actually really hurts. I don't know if you know what you guys got going on, but there is no skin on my face. It's just follicles, right? Beard Samson, exactly. No beard, no beard lick, so go. So no go, No beard, no shield weak, completely spiritually naked Blinn. Just bone. It hurts to shave. I was about 9 years old the last time I was clean shaven. Italian Matthew and I are on the same page. I saw Maddie's face. Maddie's got bristles growing out of his face, okay? The next thing I'll say, why is this game mode popular? Why is Arena popular? If we don't get going, look at this, okay? If we don't get going, just to give you an idea, okay? We are in the first 3% of today's yap. Do you have a drink? Do I have a drink? Settle in. Settle in, okay? Dad, at this point, has... Our collective goal as chat is to distract you as much as possible. I wasn't looking at Mateo's face. Oh, not a list. Right, I don't have a list because I have a list, right? I don't have a list because I have a list, okay? Only yap, no list. At this point, Dad has mostly a veteran player base. And experienced players, we all know it, right? We are burnt out on the dungeon. The people that have 2,000 hours, 3,000 hours, 6,000 hours, 8,000 hours. There are many of us, right? We are burnt out on the dungeon. There is a lack of novelty. There's no sense of the unknown, right? Exploration and discoverability is long gone, okay? The game lacks randomized modules. I mean, they had it, right? It lacks Fog of War. They had it. It lacks, in my opinion, they've never had this, but this would do wonders for the game, okay? It lacks variable mob spawns. You could have even static modules. You could have the dungeon layout be exactly the same, but if in each of those modules, there was a who knows what's going to spawn there, right? Who knows? Variable mob spawns would go so far in just keeping some degree of freshness in the dungeon. Doesn't exist, right? There is no real endgame experience, okay? The Bloody Ghost King, right? The Stingray, nobody cares. It's not a challenge. There's no endgame experience, which is also, to be fair, it's not like a DaD, it's not an Iron Mace issue. This is a classic RPG issue, right? It is tough to keep people who are truly veterans of the game entertained, right? Same mobs being in the same place every time is a recipe for staleness, yes. The mob spawns would be sick. Walk into stables, Demon Centaur. There you go, right? Fall damage and dormant. Whoa. Schneely. Whoa. We don't want to upset the table, right? Okay. I thought this is a good point, if I may say so myself. Why is Arena popular? Why is Arena popular? Because Arena truly is a trios only experience. If you think about this, if you think about the original vision for the game, right? Before, playtest iteration, before experimentation, the game was a trios game in the dungeon. And we've lost that, right? That has been contorted away, okay? But Arena, strangely, is this truly trios only experience. And I think because there's more variability. There's more interest in squad-based combat. It's always a little different, right? Even if 5 out of the 6 classes are the same, changing that one class out, if it's not a ranger, it's a warlock. If it's not a warlock, it's a barb, whatever it is, right? It's always a little bit different. It's more fast-paced version of the dungeon. No walking around for half the game looking for a player. Yes, Hugh. Yes, Hugh. Also, thank you for letting me into your house, right? Normally, Hugh welcomes me into his house because maybe I'm not in his house. Maybe I'm in his pocket right now. Who knows? But I agree. Arena is truly a trios-only experience, and that original vision comes with it the variability, the interest, the dynamism of squad-based combat. There's also slightly less exposure to solo class matchups and hard counters. We're going to get into this a lot today. Okay, but in the Arena, in 3v3s, there's a bit of less of an emphasis. There's less of an exposure to the issues of the 1v1 solo class matchup, okay? The meta abuse that we see in solos feels more diluted in trios. It's still there. And a large part of squad v squad combat still kind of boils down to 1v1. So that kind of like 1v1 frustration still exists even in trios, but it's more diluted, right? You can also solo queue into trios, arenas, and it does not matter at all. No items lost. Interesting. Yeah, a lot of it really kind of boils down to that low stakes, right? No sense of loss. Arena is the end game for me. I play during the week to upgrade the merchants to craft a crit and upgrade it. I think that makes sense, right? And I think that makes sense. That's working as intended. I have no problem with that. I really don't. Another detail in the Arena, and I only realized this after watching more streamers, right? I've been watching more streamers and I see streamers struggle with third partying, right? With third partying, whether it's organic third partying or not. I mean, everyone experiences this, right? But in the Arena, there really is no risk of a third party, if you think about that. It's just my team versus your team. And that allows for a close victory where, you know, it's 3v3, it's 2v3, it's 2v2, it's 1v2, it's 1v1. You get a close victory, you've got 5 HP. There's no hangover vulnerability. There's no, like, after that close victory, now there's rats, there's stream snipers, I gotta res my squad. There's none of that. You can have the close victory and be like, yes, we did it, check, game 1, right? Got annoying, it's rather you get rushed on a spawn or spending half the time looking for people. Very rarely will you bump into people. Yeah, the constant third party is old, even for non-streamers. If someone dies in a team fight, it's pretty much GG, as someone is probably coming. It's true, and Arena doesn't have that. Very interesting, right? The last thing I'll say on this point is that Arena mitigates other aspects of bad design. DaD, as we're going to discuss later in the stream, has a litany, has a long list, speaking of lists, of things that are poorly considered, poorly designed about the game. Okay? Let's consider some of those things now, shall we? What does Arena not have that the dungeon experience does have? Let's take a look, shall we? Let's take a look. Video pending. Here we go. This is One True Morty. In Goblin Caves. He's got Elvin. That's a lobster.
Awfully familiar situation, wouldn't you guys say?
Awfully familiar situation, wouldn't you guys say? Okay? Playing around the door. I like watching guys like Morty because, number one, he's the kind of player that can play every class well. Okay? And that is rare. It's hard. It's hard to play one class well. A guy like Morty can play many, many classes at a high level. And that to me is very interesting. Okay? Shout out Morty. Also, guys like Morty have access to run at a level of it's like the highest level of gear. Watching Morty helped me learn Sork. Yes, right? Watching people that are good at the game help you get better at the game. Absolutely. But in addition to his like dynamic skill set, which he has, he plays melee, he plays caster, he plays everything in between. Okay? He also plays at the highest level of gear, and I like seeing what is the game like in those artifact lobbies. What is the game like at that highest level of gear score in the dungeon? So I check it out. I watch it. What does he say here?
Awfully familiar situation, wouldn't you guys say?
So even at the highest level, okay, the game is still just this.
And we lost this interaction, we reset.
He's got Lad, he's got Elvin, but he's still just playing around a door, right? Let's see what happens. Couple hits. Oh, now...
Never mind, you don't have to answer.
Now the Warlock has lost the initiative and is pulling away. Took his top off. Not sure when that happened, but he did. Keep in mind, these are artifact lobbies. This is the highest level of play. Okay? It doesn't get any more geared than this.
It's so hard to fight people in this game.
The game looks weirdly familiar, right? Here's the crux of it. Here's the most important part.
It's so hard to fight people in this game. The game is very much so designed in a way that you can almost indefinitely run like this.
I feel like he's really composed, but there's a deeper frustration there, right? He's the kind of guy, he's on all the time. There's a performance aspect to him, so he doesn't want to give in to his or express some frustrations, right? He's very measured, actually. For a young person, he's very measured, and that is kind of admirable, right?
It's so hard to fight people in this game. The game is very much so designed in a way that you can almost indefinitely run like this.
Mm-hmm. And so when I saw this, I was like, you know what? Like, am I missing anything? You know? Like, this mysterious upper layer of the game in gear score, in artifact lobbies, it's exactly the same. It's just people losing advantage and closing doors. Okay? That's it. End of story. It doesn't go anywhere. This clip doesn't end in anything spectacular because there's no point, right? That's not the point of this. Let's move on. What else? So this is an aspect of the game, a poorly designed aspect of the game that you don't see in Arena, right? That kind of door play, infinite running, like a small skirmish, you lose the initiative, you lose the advantage, you just run forever, and then you try again, and if you gain the advantage, then they run forever. That kind of thing just doesn't happen in the Arena, right? So go figure one of the reasons people love it. What else? What else? Let's go back. Let's go back. What else doesn't happen in the Arena? More of a media share, guys. I feel like this is a nice way to do it. I'll go this one first. Okay. Here we go. What else doesn't happen in the Arena? Firebox. Shout out Firebox. In the Goblin Caves. Trying to catch a Warlock. Okay, another Warlock. Regular dungeon allows you to get away with too many mistakes. Oh. The lean. Okay. If anyone plays drums, you know when you're drumming on stage, you got that stank face drummer face, okay? You play enough of this game when you watch other streamers and you see he doesn't emote really, but you know there's intensity. This game is really weird. Dark and Darker is a really weird game where if you're not playing it, it doesn't look like anything. Like this doesn't look, if you were to show this to some other person, okay? If you were to show this to some other person, some other gamer, they'd be like, what's the big deal? It's just a guy running. But for some reason, those of us who play the game, this is the most infuriating thing you can experience. And you got that lean, right? Okay, he's through the door over the Hydra. Ooh, 2. He's got the lean. He's willing it to happen. Oh. And there he goes, right? Here we go. This part.
No way.
After all that, right? He gets hit by the mage bolt.
Are you kidding me? Is this real? Is this actually real?
Is this real?
Oh my god. It's real.
It's real.
The mage aggro's me.
It's real as a donut, right? It's real as a donut. That kind of thing is probably some of the worst, right? That kind of thing is the worst. Okay? Doesn't happen in the Arena. We just got a couple more examples of this. A couple more examples. I'll do one for myself. Here we go. This is the first game of High Roller I played back in solo self-found. Back in like whatever it was, like January. It was the first time, the first raid I loaded into High Roller during SSF. Nice really turn. Good barbarian turn. Check that tech out. I got totally fooled by this guy. Clobbers me with a barbarian nice turn. We got cleaved. Shield slam so short. Do it again. Got him. Okay. Got him. We got the guy. Okay, we got the guy. Now what? We're in trouble now. Uh-oh. Look at this. Look at this trio, right? Look at this trio. The thing that makes me mad more is because 3 classes can just avoid the entire door problem, but not all of them. Why are Barb and Bard and Druid so special? Nothing but closed doors everywhere you look, right? Right? Look at this trio. I blocked that, though, didn't I? Oh, I didn't block that one.
Oh, my God.
Okay. We've all... It couldn't get out of there. It's horrible. Okay? Horrible. Last one. Last one. Shout out Urban Gent. Another guy. I'm always lurking on this guy. Why? Firebox has got the game knowledge. Okay? Firebox is like... He's a theory crafter. He's a buildsmith. Okay? Urban Gent is more kind of like Morty. Is more kind of like Vincent. Is more kind of like Yami. These guys can just play every class. And I'm always lurking Guild Leader. I'm always lurking Urban Gent. I think he's funny. I think he's really good at the game. So shout out Urban Gent. If you're not following Urban Gent, head over there. Give him a follow on Twitch.
Oh. Uh-oh. Oh. No, he just gets away. Why is it on me? How can he de-aggro like that?
Okay. He sees the rogue, right? The rogue is stuck. He wants him. Urban is a Chad. He wants him. He's going for it.
Oh. Uh-oh.
And then the mummy is aggro on...
No,
Urban
he just
Gent,
gets
right?
away. Why is it on
Yeah,
me?
the entire room decides now the time.
How can he
time to turn,
de-aggro
right?
like that? Oh my god. This game is so fun, dude. Wait, did he just die right here? Oh, yeah, he just died right here. Alright, well, it looks like we are...
Right?
Dude. Wait, did he just die right here? Oh, yeah, he just died right here. Alright, well, it looks like we are...
Okay, but here's where it gets serious. Okay? It's funny. It's funny.
Alright, dude. W raid.
But then that initial wave of comedy wears away. And
W. Holy shit.
trying to stay positive. Hear that. Hear that. That sigh is the sigh of fun dying, okay? I've been watching DaD for long enough. I've been watching other streamers for long enough. You hear that sigh from a lot of people, often. You used to hear it, I don't mean to call him out, but Jay, bless him, Jay Griffia, okay? A pioneer, okay? He had a long descent into frustration with this game. I think it was maybe the spring of last year. I forget exactly when it was. But he used to do this thing where he would go, oh, God, right? It was, and I felt, it would just, I'd be doing the dishes, right? And I'd hear just that pierce the air. Oh, God. And different streamers have their own version of this. And Urban just did it, okay?
Ew, holy shit.
So, it starts funny, but it sucks, okay? It sucks. You don't get that. You don't get that mob-based, mob aggro, shitty mob AI, dungeon mob punishes the chasing player. You don't get that in the arena, right? You don't get it in the arena. So, that's why it's popular, I think, because parts of the game suck. And the people, the veterans of that game are sick of it, right? And you don't get that in arena. And I think that's why the arena this season in particular is popular, right? Thank goodness I've never died to experience this. Okay, hot take time, dudes. Let's do a little hot take. Today's going to be punctuated by various hot takes, okay? We've got hot takes. These hot takes may offend people. These hot takes may be a little bit negative. We're on the wrong thing here. But you know what? This is kind of where we're at, so we're just going to go with it. The hot take for this is that Arena is at odds with Dungeon Extraction. My problem with the Arena is this, okay? Saying hotcakes like hotcakes. Hot takes like hotcakes? I would eat a hotcake. I would. I'm not even sure what it is, but I would eat it. Okay? Arena is at odds with Dungeon Extraction. A casual, even though it's enjoyable, even though it's fun, okay? A casual deathmatch without risk does not equal an unforgiving dungeon adventure. It's not part of the advertised experience. Arena is not why I signed up for this game. I signed up to play a hardcore first-person fantasy dungeon adventure. Okay? I signed up for an unforgiving hardcore fantasy FPS dungeon PvPvE adventure. This is why I signed up for the game. It's unforgivingly hardcore. High risks and high returns, right? Where even the smallest decisions can have consequences and carry weight, right? Hi, Ham. Ham? Maybe Arena could have a gold cost for each player. Winning team splits the enemy's gold. Arena has never done a single thing for me. That's why I haven't entered the game mode. Ham is here. Hi, Ham. Even though it's fun, right? It's not the game I signed up for. I want to play an unforgiving dungeon adventure game as advertised. I don't want to play Bloody Ranger Counter-Strike, right? I don't want to play shitty Overwatch in the dungeon. And I think in a lot of ways, right? Arena combat, the combat in this game is so flat that it's like shitty dungeon Overwatch, and I don't want to play that game. Also, that aside, the Arena during the weekends siphons players from the extraction lobbies. It cannibalizes the player base. So someone like me, who is more interested in having an unforgiving dungeon adventure, who wants to play in the extraction lobbies, during the weekend, there's nobody around, right? It sucks. It sucks for me. Arena consists of only Wiz and Sorkin, Cleric, and Rangers. It nudges players and devs away from the original system of thoughtful resource management. This game was an unforgiving dungeon adventure game where resources mattered, right? It used to be like that. But since the inception and development and maturation of the Arena, it has nudged the developers, it has nudged the player base away from that thoughtful resource management kind of game. It's not a dungeon crawler, towards a more cooldown centric game and a more cooldown centric class design, as exemplified by Druid and Warlock and Sorcerer. The most recent classes that have been added to the game really are divorced from the idea of use resources and then sit down to rest and recover resources, right? There's been this migration away from that original system to something more hero shooter like cooldown centric, cooldown driven game and class design. Also, I think the Arena is bad for the game because overexposure to basic combat, and this game does have pretty basic combat, is bad. It could be fun in the short term, it could be fun in the middle term, but long term, overexposure to basic combat in this game, I think, is bad for long-term player interest because people quickly discover how basic and kind of rote and limited the combat in this game is, right? To be fair, that kind of resource-less play came with Warlocks and Sorks. Well, Warlocks were 2 years ahead of Sork, right? So it was like the seed was there, and Warlock was a major break away from kind of resource dependency and campfire dependency, right? Wiz, Fighter, Cleric all had to sit. The Bard could play music to make sitting better. The Ranger had campfire mastery to put down campfires faster, right? The whole party was based around a campfire. The whole party was based around a resting mechanic, right? Maybe a slight increase in combat depth from more parrying this season has contributed to more... Yes, definitely. Definitely a good call. But still, I think that exposure to that basic combat in Arena is a recipe for the loss of long-term player interest, I think. Unfortunately, the modern gamer is in a big hurry. Terminal Fortnite brain. Low-key, the only reason I'm still on this game is the depth of PvP mechanics like parrying, blocking, and maybe I'm insane though. I don't think it's that deep. And I'm just speaking, different people are on different paths. But for me, with the limited exposure I've had to Arena, right, I became more frustrated. The increased frequency of exposure to a lot of the things that bothered me about PvP and the mechanics of PvP, Arena fast-tracked my frustration. That experience is diluted in the dungeon because it isn't back to back to back to back pure PvP, in my opinion. I also think that Arena, weird hearing Blinn say low key. Low key, give me the. No, I'm not gonna mix it. Okay, I'm not being distracted by that. Yeah, low key, down to the right keys. Arena is great for newer players to get better at. I agree. I totally agree. But it's also, there's a break, right? From this unforgiving dungeon adventure to casual deathmatch without risk. And I feel like this kind of Arena was kind of like it was almost like a sleeper cell, right? It was almost kind of like it was this poison pill, like, that was in the minds of the devs this whole time, that was not expected back in the day, right? Okay. The last thing I'll say is, I think the Arena is being pushed because Arena, I mean, number one, like, there is player interest, and Iron Mace, Terrence are so desperate, so thirsty for any kind of player interest, player retention, that of course they're going to lean into anything that the players kind of express an interest in. But I also think that it's easy for Iron Mace to push Arena because the game mode itself is easy for them to maintain, and it's cheap. It's cheap for the devs. Making the game more Arena-centric does a few convenient things for Iron Mace. It reduces player demand for content, namely, right? It's easy to recycle dungeon map modules for Arena. There's no additional story or quests or assets. You just take a chunk out of the dungeon and bang, that's an Arena module, right? And like, there's nothing else to do really. It's so easy, it's so cheap for Iron Mace to keep a player base entertained with existing things. So of course they're pushing it, right? I don't think that Iron Mace is any longer interested. They're not trying to build a hardcore dungeon adventure game. This is actually very expensive to do. As Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery discovered, making content, making kind of like campaign, like making dungeon content is expensive. It's time consuming. Iron Mace has realized that, right? Iron Mace is kind of on a shoestring budget these days. Iron Mace is no longer trying to build a hardcore dungeon adventure game, despite what the existing marketing might suggest, right? The current marketing, which has not been updated, in fairness. They don't seem to value, Iron Mace doesn't seem to value or understand replayability in the dungeon extraction experience. They don't get why that we want replayability. Where did we see it? Right? We talked about it here, that the dungeon is lacking randomization. They took away Fog of War. They've never fully embraced or understood why we want variable mob spawns. It feels like to me that Iron Mace doesn't see the value or doesn't understand the value to us players in the replayability of the extraction experience, which is frustrating. Also, as the market-enabled arena becomes the focus, okay? As the market-enabled arena becomes the focus, the dungeon itself devolves into a meta-driven gold optimization simulator. People only care about the dungeon to play meta, to win fights, to farm gold, to farm BIS, to pay for other BIS pieces for your class, and to pay for utility advantage. As the market-enabled arena becomes the focus, the dungeon itself, the original game, devolves into a meta-driven gold optimization sim for players to pay for BIS pieces and utility advantage. Period. Right? Solos is just barbarian or lose. We'll get there. We'll get there. It pains me when I see people crying to keep arena open, right? Open arena 24/7. Idea, open the arena during the week, but make it unranked. Keep arena open. It's like people are so burnt out on the dungeon that they're only having fun in arena, and there's this migration away from what the original game was. People don't want to play a stale, unforgiving, quote, dungeon adventure, right? They'd rather just kind of do the team deathmatch and, you know, have fun and burn it out like that. And that kind of makes me sad because I'm not here for team deathmatch, right? I did not sign up to this game to play casual team deathmatch without risk. I found this game, I like this game because it was an unforgiving dungeon crawler that was PvPvE, right? A PvPvE dungeon crawler that was resource driven, that was intense, that was thoughtful. That's what I signed up for. And that's what Arena is kind of directly in competition with. I think for some people, it's that they can't play on weekends. That's fair. And Razzle, I appreciate that comment. I appreciate that comment. Weekend events is a hot topic in Marathon right now too. The complex raid style map, best loot, mysterious lore, etc. is only available on weekends. People complaining endlessly about it. It was the same with Arc Raiders, right? There'd be like the Buried City, like birds event, and it would be like 4 a.m., you know, or like it'd be like 8 p.m. It'd be like prime time on a Thursday, or it'd be like during working hours. You're on a really long road, my friend. Unfortunately, the only thing at the end of the road is Tarkov. You just don't know it yet. I don't know. We'll see. You know what? I'll tease this. After the yap today, guys, after the yap today, if I have any voice left, I'm sure I will, we're going to read through this missive. Because guess what? Hunger is Tarkov. Hunger is Tarkov, but different. We're going to read through this. We're going to read through this hunger missive, and we're going to get fucking excited. You're going to hear me read through this article, and we're going to get excited. Our car is right, okay? It's a long road, okay? It's a long road. But I don't think it ends in Tarkov. I think it ends in something Tarkov adjacent, okay? Hungering, yes. Okay, moving on. The next thing. The next thing to talk about is Season 8 in general. Let's do some reflections on Season 8. Let's do this here. Let me adjust my text list. We had a yap about the arena, and now we're going to reflect on Season 8. Because it was a monumental season. It was a big season. A lot changed this season. And there's a lot to consider, and there's a lot to talk about. I think in general, Season 8 has made many terrific improvements to the game. Very encouraging, very positive improvements, but there are still major issues with the game's foundation. We're going to talk about what did Season 8 get right, and we're going to talk about why I have become pessimistic, okay? But first, some positivity. What did Season 8 get right? How has Season 8 made improvements? Let's talk about it. First of all, there's a lot of minor iterations. Quality of life. Too many things to mention, but stuff like the inventory, the identification of craft items, UI updates, crafting in general, the workshops. There was a lot of minor changes, minor iterations, minor and, you know, moderate quality of life and UI updates that have been very positive for the game. You love to see that. Iron Mace worked hard to address the issue of bunny hopping, to address the issue of movement in the game, and I think this was very positive. No longer can you mitigate or avoid the movement speed penalty of actions by jumping, and I think that just kind of like happened. That just was kind of folded into the game experience, and people adopted it, people adapted to it, and it's been net positive. So that was a really good thing to see. There was also a restriction of plus all attributes. I love that it was kind of relegated. It was put on the gold gear, and that was kind of a surprise, right? We just thought that plus all was taken from the game, and that's good because super powerful things like plus all should not be available on gear, because then all builds just become plus all builds, right? But the fact that they kept it and they put it on super special gold gear, I love that. I thought that was a really great decision. Restriction of plus all, putting that on special gear, big W. It also showed that there's life beyond true damage, right? True damage was another one of those things that you just had to have in your build. If you weren't running plus true, you could not play the game for a lot of classes. And we thought that if they removed that, maybe the sky would fall. And it did not, right? There is life beyond plus true. Some classes have suffered, right? And I don't think Iron Mace did a very good job of kind of anticipating how some classes, you know, they got some of their baseline power from the plus true builds, right? But removing true damage, I think, has introduced more build diversity, and that's been really good to see. Cold gear is very visually obvious, yes. I also like that plus all is now visible instead of being... that's a really good point. I think I missed that. Very, very good point, Lyrebird. That, yeah, you can use your eyes, right? You can see... You get a sense of the kind of build or kit power that someone is running. Oh. I lost a screw up my mic stand. We're good, though, I think. Yeah, very good point. Okay. I think that it's been super fun to farm and craft jewelry this season. This whole process of getting copper, of getting silver coins, of getting grave essence, or getting skulls, or getting cobalt. Like, there was a reason to farm. I think it was really fun to farm up and craft jewelry. It was nice to not instantly be swimming in a bunch of shitty rings of resolve, right? I didn't have tabs and tabs of rings and necks that I was just never wearing. It put emphasis in the early wipe on good jewelry. It inspired people, it motivated people to get into the dungeons and farm up. I think this is a really, really good change. Still true on a few gear pieces, but it's way better. It's only on Voidblade, Manosphere, and Spiked Gauntlets. Spiked Gauntlets, interesting. I don't know what those are. Very, very interesting. So similar to gold gear, right? If you see someone running a Voidblade, that's cool. You know, there's like a bit of emphasis. It's not totally removed from the game. That's interesting. Also on Ice Fang, interesting. I like that. Spiked Gauntlets are for Fighter and Cleric. Very interesting. Cool. OP. Cool. Is it a craft? Is it a craftable, or is it like a minor artifact like Tangle Thread? Tangle Thread trousers, right? Or is it a craft? Like Cloak of Darkness. Yeah, it's a craft. Cool. Okay, what else? I think Iron Mace has made good attempts to tame the movement speed issue, right? They took away the plus movement speed from all the items, but last wipe it was still on boots, and move speed was still a big issue. It still is. It still is an issue. Solos in particular is still largely dictated by move speed and mobility, but at least Iron Mace has kind of, at least tacitly, acknowledged the issue and made a step towards the resolution of that issue, and that was really positive to see. I think also the team, Iron Mace, have made genuine requests for creator input, right? I have the privilege of being in a creator Discord for Iron Mace, and this wipe in particular, there have been bi-weekly kind of outreach efforts made to ask experienced players, experienced creators of the game, hey, what do you think? Like, what do you think the balance needs? What do you think the next patch needs? What do you think about this aspect of the game? What do you think about that aspect of the game? And they, you know, they weren't kind of just going through the motions. Like, they seem to actually want the input from that cross-section of the community, which has been very good to see. And I would be less excited about them making a genuine request for creator input if I didn't see the things that people were saying actually get implemented in patches, right? They ask people, what do you want to see? People say, hey, fighter banner is dumb at +5. It should be +3 max, right? Sure enough, next patch, right? Good idea. We're going to bring the fighter banner back in line. It's not +5, it's +3. That kind of thing. And that's happened in all sorts of different ways. Hi, Deary, how are you? Nice to see you, buddy. Good that IRM is doing that, I agree. Maybe a hot take, but plus MS wouldn't be bad on weapons only, since they have an inherent penalty. I think that the move speed question is a really big one. I think it's really hard to dig themselves out of this. Like, there's two different kind of like main tracks, right? Either a game has it so that all characters have the same base move speed, have the same move speed, but then there are different abilities that allow for the creating and the closing of gaps, right? But everyone moves at the same pace. If you go the route of having different characters having different amounts of move speed, well, then there's gonna, like, you open the door to a kind of inherent imbalance that if option A, all characters have the same move speed, but you have abilities that allow you to make and close space, well, there's kind of like there's bloat. There's a bloat. You need to actually give characters the ability to create and close space, right? And so there's like now there's more complexity in the skills, right? The active skills. Fighter heroic leap when. Fighter shield charge when. Fighter shield charge when. But if you go option B, where you don't really have that many different kind of movement-based abilities, you have kind of like different base levels of movement speed, you introduce an inherent class balance. You introduce an inherent class imbalance, and it further kind of like puts in friction the classes that are slower versus classes that are faster. What's up, Generous? Good to see you, man. Can't be changed. Flag Pappy. It's very tough. It's very tough. Anyway, there's been a lot of things to be positive about. So I want to start with positivity because I want to be honest, and I do feel very positively about these aspects of Season 8 in particular. However, on the whole, spoiler alert, after playing, what is it, like 2 solid months of this patch, or 2 solid months of this wipe, I should say, I have kind of settled back in on a pessimistic outlook for a number of reasons. And now I'm going to talk about why I've become pessimistic about the season and kind of about the game overall, okay? And a big part of that is what we saw in some of the earlier gameplay clips, that running in the dungeon extraction game mode is still a majority of combat in the game. It's very hard for this game to escape to escape running as part of the combat. Ranged classes have minimal options in sustained melee. There's a reason why people run, okay? There's a reason why people run. It's because ranged classes, there's just no real viable way for them to compete in a sustained melee. And so they run. Melee classes have no viable way, really, to compete at ranged. Like, trying to kill a ranger with a crossbow is very difficult. Okay, if it's in a solo environment, trying to kill a ranger with a crossbow is difficult, right? Trying to kill a caster class as a barbarian with throwing axes only is very difficult, right? Melee classes have almost no choice but to close the gap. Most classes have a unique effective range that they want to get to, resulting in running. Interesting. I have been very disheartened to see that despite all the positive changes, right, despite all of the stuff, that the game really still just comes down to running. Running is still just a major part of combat, and it seems like an unavoidable aspect of the game, which I do not like. The existing class design creates a kind of stark binary, right? Where either you run and win, you maintain space and you win the fight, or you catch and kill. You catch up to your target and you get them in melee range and you can kill them. But that stark binary, there's very little fluidity. There's very few classes or builds that are able to kind of dance between those two starkly different ways to play the game. Yeah, either running is everything, or you play teams where MS is less important. Hot take, running is a solo's problem. In trios, which the game is balanced for, positioning matters way more. This is a classic thing. I think this is such a dismissive, and I don't mean to get triggered by this, but like, a lot of people play solo, including myself, and like, there's kind of this, like, negligent, like, hand-waving, like, it doesn't matter what happens in solo because the game isn't designed for solos. And yet, solos exists as an officially sanctioned game mode, okay? So, it's like, nah, the game is balanced for trios, so it doesn't matter what happens in solos. Number one, I think is dismissive and annoying. Number two, a lot of the issues that exist in solo surface in trios. Duos, in particular, is really just kind of like two 1v1s happening in the same module, right? There really isn't that much of a difference between the annoying shit that happens in solo and what you experience in duos, right? There's still like mobility concerns, that kind of thing. In trios, yes, the game is more about positioning, but for people like me who don't play trios, right? I never see trios. So why is the game that's being officially offered to me by the team, the game I paid money for, an official part of the game, being kind of like abdicated, right? Because, well, the game is made for trio, so it doesn't matter what happens to you in a solo, right? As a solo. The fact that you can do a trio of the same class adds to it even more. Solos is what sells the game and keeps it alive, full stop. Thinking about it more right now, there is a similar problem in Marathon. Can you explain? Duos can devolve into two 1v1s depending on the comp. Some comps require more cohesive play. It's true. Don't mean for it to sound dismissive, but it's impossible for the devs to appeal to the entire spectrum. I think that's the challenge. And the issue is, I agree, and if they don't have the capacity to make a satisfying game for both trios and solo, then they're failing in their responsibility to offer something acceptable to the solo consumer, right? The analogy is this. Imagine down the street from your house there's a diner. There's a diner you go to eat, okay? And in the window of the diner is a poster, is an ad that says, "Come in for breakfast, come in for dinner," right? We serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Come on in and get some food. So you go into the diner for some breakfast. You're walking by, you see in the window, they're advertising breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You're hungry, it's the morning, you go in for some breakfast. You order breakfast. The food arrives. What is on your plate? Raw eggs and wet toast. The shittiest breakfast you've ever seen. It's an unpalatable, unacceptable breakfast. It's disgusting. You look at it, two rhubarbs, exactly. Two fucking rhubarbs. You look at the two rhubarbs on your plate. You look at the raw eggs and wet toast. Have you ever had wet toast? Have you ever eaten wet toast? Have you? Probably not, because why would you? Because it's fucking gross, right? You say, "Excuse me, my breakfast is raw eggs and wet toast." And they say, "Yeah, you know what? This diner is really just kind of balanced for dinner. You should come back and have dinner." It's like, well, imagine in real life if someone at a restaurant said that to you. If you went into a restaurant, you paid money for food, and the food they put down was raw eggs and wet toast. You'd be like, "I'm not paying for this. Why? What are you trying to do here?" And they say, "Yeah, this restaurant really, it's only really good for dinner. You should come back for dinner." It's like, well, why the fuck are you advertising for breakfast? Why in the window is there a poster for breakfast, lunch, and dinner when the only thing that you're really good for is dinner, right? A great duo for eggs for dinner. And so that's the issue I have. If they're not capable of serving a good breakfast, then don't sell breakfast. Then why are you open for breakfast? Exactly. And so the issue for this game is they suck at breakfast. Okay? Solos is a half-baked, terrible experience in many ways. And we're going to talk about that in the third section of this talk. And so the issue I have with people saying, "Oh, whatever, it doesn't matter what happens in solo because the game is optimized for dinner, come back for dinner." It's like, well, you're advertising, you're offering breakfast. Just have the conviction, have the courage, have the professional confidence to say, we're closing down the breakfast service, right? We understand our capacity to cook and serve a good, decent breakfast is limited. It's not there. So we're going to make the big boy decision. We're going to close breakfast service. We're going to focus on lunch and dinner, right? They should then focus on one part. I get your frustration. I've always viewed solos as a bit of a crutch farming mode in the same vein as PvE, a way to dip your toes, but I agree they need to focus. I've seen whole teams min-max move speed, and now you can't catch 3 people. I've heard, I've been talking with Guild Leader, and Guild Leader has a whole other vantage on the game. And Guild Leader has told me horror stories about trios where it's just Cleric, Ranger, Wizard. Cleric, Ranger, Wizard, and they just slaughter people. You cannot catch them. You cannot touch them. You can't get close. You can't do it. And that's trios, right? And so what are you, the Fighter Barb Healer Druid team? Even if you're Fighter Barb Ranger, even if you're, what are you supposed to do against a highly optimized, geared trio of Cleric, Wizard, Ranger? Fucking die is what you're gonna do, right? Try and die. Uninstall the game, exactly. And so, there's issues up and down, right? Up and down the list. But I think, for me, in solo, one of the reasons that I become pessimistic is because still, despite the positive adjustments to the game, some wild copium that's simply not the case. Well, sure, right? Like there's some counterplay. There's positioning. There are ways to do damage. But I'm just saying what I've heard from my friend who has a lot of experience. Gear diffs are going to be much harder to deal with in trios. Easier to outplay one person in a 1v1. Is it? Is it easier to outplay a person 1v1? Or is it easier to outplay someone in a squad-based thing? I'm not sure if I agree. On the contrary, I'm not sure if I agree. Split Cleric, hold off Ranger in spaces where he can't range spam. Then focus down Ranger when Cleric is dead. You're assuming you can get to the Cleric. Split Cleric. Okay, they're across the bridge module. You have to cross the module. Just like, oh, it's easy. Clearly you just split the Cleric, right? Come on, brother. Just need a Pavis. Obviously, there it is, right? You gotta run 3 Dwarf Pavises to cross the bridge. And then you can split the Cleric. And then you can very easily do all the things. I'll use my dungeon helicopter, right? Right, it's easy. It's easy. Anyway, I've never seen it. I don't play trios, right? Create a wall of Pavis. You're not fighting in bridge versus that comp, though, let's be real. There are other examples of modules, right? I've heard from my friend that he has observed this, and maybe, the other gamers that are dying to this comp don't have your wisdom, right? Don't have the clear strategy for it, but it's interesting for me to hear that. It's interesting anecdotally for me to hear that. Why is it that people run so readily? Because even in melee versus melee fights, right? We saw it in the Morty clip. Even in melee versus melee fights, when someone loses the advantage, when someone loses the initiative, fights typically devolve into chasing and catching. Why? Because a lot of players feel, even melee players, feel that running is safer. Running is a safer and more reliable option than blocking to prevent damage. It is... this game is hard. It's hard to block. It's easy to to get around blocks, or at least people feel like they can't rely on blocking as much as they can rely on spacing and closing a door. So because the melee combat system is kind of like unreliable, because it's unreliable, people take the path of least resistance. And in this case, that running is safer. Running is safer and more reliable than blocking, and that's why we see running in the majority of combat, I believe. I think that chases with mobility options, classes with mobility options still dominate 1v1s. Phantom Eyes, Electric Dash, and Panther are some of the highest mobility or most valuable utility, most valuable kind of mobility skills in the game. And those things dominate 1v1s. And I think, as we just mentioned, that many duos and some trios fights are really just kind of solo 1v1s in disguise. And therefore, solo focused balance is still very relevant in groups. Let's take a look at what I mean by this. This first frustration that running is still the majority of combat, and that classes with mobility options dominate in 1v1s. Let's take a look. Video pending. Let's take a look. Here we go. Thank you, pending. So I'm hanging out at night. And I like to observe. I like to, like, after I die or after I extract, I like to just kind of see what people are playing, see how people are playing. And what do we have here? We got a sorcerer and a warlock. Have to disagree on Panther in current druid state. It's only used to get close enough to bear currently. We'll see. Electric dash. Like, as a druid main, I'm just very used to fighting all manners of comps with limited options. So playing to your strengths. It's interesting to see. Like, I don't play these classes. I don't play Warlock, I don't play Sork. So seeing how these guys fight, seeing how this fight kind of plays out. Because controlling high mobility classes is always harder than spamming sub mobility. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, here we go. This is when I saw this is what stuck in my craw. Okay? Uh-oh. Oh. I was like, where's he gonna go? And then I saw that. Okay? Just feet sounds for 8% of the fight, staring at butts, right? When I saw this, I thought, okay, right? Okay. It's just, it's a privilege, it's an advantage that is available to this class, right? To this class. What if abilities like that required you to stand still to cool them down? Interesting. What is like a humble melee enjoyer like myself supposed to do against such mobility power, right? I'm curious. Speaking of Panthers, back to Morty. Here we go. That is stupid, I agree. Morty is fighting a Warlock in Goblin Case. He's got that lad Elven build. What do we see there?
Oh, bro.
Who saw it? Who saw what that was? Keep your eyes peeled. Who saw that? And the sad part is not player's fault. Who saw what that was? Fighting the Warlock? Morty saw.
Oh, bro, no. I'm having a good fight, man. How there's a druid? Oh, I'm dead.
Well, I'm dead. It's interesting.
Dang it, man.
Right? It's interesting that, like, with all the experience and kind of game visibility that Morty has, when he encounters a situation, right, your mind races through contingencies. And given him seeing this class at this stage of the raid or whatever it is, like, the majority of his kind of, like, divergent thinking resulted in dying, right? Resulted in PvP death. So there's kind of just like an early... He just resigns to it. And I just think it's so funny and so telling.
Dang it, man.
He does his TB. There it goes. Right?
I could just tell Eugene the way he runs away, bro.
I could just tell GG in the way he runs away, bro. Have to disagree on Panther in current druid state. It's only used to get close enough to bear currently. It didn't look like this guy used it to bear. It looked like this guy, And number one, it looks fucking stupid, doesn't it? Look how dumb it looks. Look how dumb it looks. Right? It's a clown game.
Eugene the way he runs
It's a clown
away,
game.
bro.
There he goes.
It's just the way it is.
It's just the way it is.
You can't ever fight them. You just can't.
You can't ever fight them. You just can't.
He gets to run away permanently. Over and over. And then run back.
He gets to run away permanently, over and over, and then run back. This isn't me talking, right? This is someone whose full-time job it is to play the game. He sounds so defeated, he does, right? Look at how cool it is. Look at how awesome it is. Okay. Right? Great. Guess what? The clip doesn't go anywhere because that's it. That's the experience. That's what we're missing. That's what I'm missing at the highest level of playing this game. Artifact lobbies, high roller lobbies, in solo. If that's what I can expect, it doesn't feel like I'm missing anything, right? Classes with mobility options still dominate 1v1s, right? The reason I've become pessimistic about the game, about the season, is because underneath it all, right, there's still these mobility imbalances, and the issues that exist in solo, I feel, percolate up into duos and trios as well. Next. Imagine a game without doors. Players only commit with a decisive advantage, otherwise they run and they reset. We've seen that in some of the clips today, okay? It's almost kind of the culture of the game, that people won't try to fight unless they feel like they have that insurmountable advantage, because they can't rely on game systems to kind of like get out of a difficult situation, because the game is so focused on DPS trading, that skirmish, that initial kind of who gets the advantage, who can pull away, who can get someone to commit, right? Players only commit with a decisive advantage, otherwise they run and they reset. Because it's easier to play a door, and because the closing animation has a minimal cost, probably 90% of all dungeon combat includes a door in some way. I don't know if this is accurate, but think about the clips we've seen today. Think about your own experience with the game, okay? What percentage of your time in the dungeon, what percentage of the fights that you've been in involve a door, right? Most of them. Most of them. Doors give survivability in lieu of reliable combat mechanics and blocking. The reason that doors persist is because it's actually really hard to kind of make and balance a combat system with good combat mechanics. It's easier if you give people the ability to just close a door, right? You can have more of a kind of a stable and predictable game foundation with that mechanic in the game. Doors give survivability in lieu of reliable combat mechanics and blocking. Doors also sap the fun and momentum from literally every raid, and I think that they are loathed by all at some point. Firebox has recently made a very good video about why doors are broken in Dark and Darker. Iron Mace seems to be somewhat susceptible, right, to public shaming, to being called out thoughtfully by creators they respect, and I have to give more props to Firebox for actually like taking the time to make a video and address the issue. Clippy's posted the link. Thank you very much. Check out this video. I think it very well articulates the issue. It describes the problem, and I mean, maybe if enough people watch it, there's enough interaction, then it'll move the needle for Iron Mace. So thanks again to Firebox for taking that on and making the video and trying to change the game in a positive way, right? It's very hard to imagine a game without doors. I would like to. The funny thing about that is, here's the second hot take for the day, okay? Hot take. Imagine the game without doors. Actually, the water map is a kind of monkey's paw utopia with fewer doors. What is a monkey's paw? A monkey's paw is an item that grants you a wish, right? It's like, it has fingers or something, and you make a wish on the monkey's paw, and it'll grant you the wish, but it does it in a way that has kind of an unexpected downside, okay? So it's like, I wish for a game without doors, and the monkey's paw grants your wish, and what does it give you? Fucking water map, right? You get water map, no doors, but instead you have to deal with water combat. There's always a trick, right? In the monkey's paw, yeah. So, sure, here's a game with fewer doors, right? But now there are penguins, and sharks, and murlocs, or whatever. I feel like the only kind of map that would work without doors is a forest area. Iron Maze can do this, but it would come with its own drawbacks, yes. So when in combat status, make doors uninteractable, problem solved. Interesting. When in combat status, make the door interaction cost 3x what it is, right? You can close the door, but it'll take 3 times longer than it does when you're out of combat, maybe. Deal with penguins that you can't catch. Totally. Maybe if the game had more Mingus. Exactly. Maybe if the game had more Mingus. Right? And pirates that swim faster than they walk, right? Just make it take a long-ass time to close the door. Problem solved. And that is the point of Firebox's video. Hey, for a moment, why don't we just try a version of the game where it takes the same amount of time to close a door and open a door, right? The root of the problem is that it's faster to close than it is to open. What happens to the game? What happens to game metas all of a sudden if doors take the same amount of time to close as they do to open? The fact that door play, the fact that running is still such a prominent feature of combat in the game is still, like, despite the positive things, is disheartening and annoying to kind of have around still, right? The next thing I'll talk about is that range damage takes less risk. There is a melee ranged, there's a binary divide. There's a divide between ranged and melee, and it's understood, it is known that ranged classes in a game where range damage and melee damage exist, ranged classes take less risk. They interact with less of the entire combat system. They are less punished for missing their attacks compared to a melee player. If a melee player is in melee range and misses the attack, they pay a heavier cost, right? Range damage takes less risk. It is still a factor in this game in Season 8. As I mentioned, range damage is not punished as severely for missed shots. Range damage is still very high. So the fact that it'd be maybe okay if the range damage wasn't punished for missing, if the damage was lower. Maybe if the damage is this high, maybe if there's like a bigger punishment for missing ranged attacks. The fact that ranged still plays as much of a role in combat in Season 8 is another reason why I'm frustrated and pessimistic about the game. Ranged classes take 0 damage if they stay out of melee reach, right? Ranged classes take 0 melee damage if they stay out of melee reach. Melee can't gap close and compete against high range DPS in most cases. I know that there's counterplay potential, there's positioning potential, right? But in most cases, melee can't gap close and compete against high range DPS in most cases. In, I would argue, basically all game modes, okay? In all game modes. I would love to see more classes encouraged into melee, into sustained melee. My ideal version of the game is kind of like a melee first version of the game, right? Where rangers, where wizards, where rogues, right? Like some of the classes that don't want to, that historically have tried to avoid sustained melee, could actually compete, right? If this game was kind of like a melee first, melee centric game, with lower range damage, with more options, more abilities, more reliability for range classes to be in sustained melee, the game would be so much better, I think. Especially Wiz if they are good. Fireball, knockback, ice, slow, freeze, ice mastery, slow spell, haste spell. All forms of range combat have the potential for fainting. You can prep a shot or a spell or a throw and then cancel it to bait a reaction. Melee has nothing like that except for purposefully missing. Interesting. That's a very good point. Then following up. Yeah, very good point. I agree. Did you get it? I'm nervous about the cost of living. No, because you're going back on Sunday, right? Okay, I thought I missed some big news. Conversely, 0 telegraphing for crossbows. Interesting. That is, and it, yeah, good call on that too. That is interesting. We'll talk about this in a second. Let's watch another clip, okay? Let's watch another clip. This is about how melee struggles to gap close and compete against high-ranged DPS in most cases. Here we go. Review. Pending. Let's load up Morty again. Here we go. Morty with the lad kit. Lad and Elvin.
That seems oddly premeditated.
Friggin' scary, right? Probably one of the last things you want to see. Oops. As a fighter in solo GC, right? You're a fighter. And through the door, you see a caster. And that caster's already got a spell queuing up, right? So he says... Oh, I didn't watch the recent crossbow, no. He says oddly premeditated. Now, Morty, in fairness, is dealing with an army of goobers, right? There is just tons of people that are sniping him, that like know exactly where he is, what he's running, right? So I understand the suspicion. You see a wizard come around the corner already prepping a spell. You think that it's oddly premeditated.
That seems oddly premeditated.
Uh-huh.
A smart man would not fight him there.
Mm-hmm. So Morty knows that he has to play this carefully. Elvin is such a great... I mean, it's funny how accustomed we are now to kind of artifacts. Like, artifacts are just kind of like just fancy things. Like, they used to be kind of like godlike, right? It's interesting how we've become a little more acclimatized to the higher end of gear scores, to these artifact lobbies. But Elvin is what you want, right? When you're fighting a caster as a fighter. Couple of missed fireballs.
I'm in a cal trap.
Morty steps into a random trap. He gets stuck with explode.
I'm dead. It's over.
I'm dead. It's over. Right? He's half joking. Okay? But this happens very quickly. We're still in the skirmish. The wizard decides to push. Misses splash fireball, or maybe hits, and takes away the prop potion.
I'm in a cal trap.
Morty hits a trap. He gets stuck.
I'm dead. It's over.
He gets hit with the ice bolt. He's already less than half HP. Right, now it's full-on scramble. You get hit with the zap. Another prop pot. Now there's a ranger in the mix, right? Not cool.
Fuck, man.
Uh-huh. Okay.
There was a cal trap on the ground, bro.
Was it possible for him to do any melee damage here? Was it possible for him to do any melee damage? Maybe, but the wizard has to brain fart, right?
I'm in a cal trap.
Maybe here? Maybe the adrenaline rush there could have helped, right? The wizard has to brain fart multiple times. If he dodged that frostbolt, he probably would have won. I don't think he had a
Fuck,
single
man.
chance to drop some melee damage with the fight.
There was a cow trap on the ground, bro. I just needed to shoot him more with my bow, and I could have beaten this guy so easy.
So he says that he gives it up there, right? He gives it up there.
Fuck, man. There was a cow trap on the ground, bro. I just needed to shoot him more with my bow, and I could have beaten this guy so easy.
I just needed to shoot him more with my bow, and I could have beaten him so easy. He just abandons any concept of there being a melee path to victory, right?
Now, Bork played well. Unfortunately, there was a trap on the ground. That kind of messed me up badly. And then, I just needed to shoot him more with my bow. I think it would have been fine.
Now, check that out. How impressive is that, right? Part of it is, I think, Morty knows that if he loses his artifact kit to other people in these lobbies, there's the chance for him to be able to get it back, right? So he's not experiencing full, true loss. He knows the guy who kills him. He knows the guy who killed him picked up his stuff. He knows there's probably a chance to get it back, buy it back in trade. But despite that, I think, despite it not being true loss, Morty's not totally upset, right? Which is really, really impressive.
Everyone calls Wiz OP. I mean, Wiz is OP. That's fucking everyone knows that.
Right, there's a little bit of frustration there, right?
I mean, that's part of the reason.
There's a little bit of frustration there.
The ground, that kind of messed me up badly. And then, I just needed to shoot him more with my bow. I think I would have been fine. Everyone calls Wiz OP. I mean, Wiz is OP. That's fucking everyone knows that. But that's not why I lost. I mean, that's part of the reason, but that's not really. I needed to not step in that random guy's cow traps. And I needed to just shoot him more, bro. Like, but it was just tough.
Yeah.
GG's was Ranger. No, it's not GG's. You came up behind me and only made it harder for me to fight the one.
And then the fucking Ranger comes into the chat and says, GG, I was the Ranger. It's such a stupid thing to do, right? Was there even a Ranger involved in this fight? Like, the Ranger just comes in at, like, the last second and puts an arrow in Morty's back, right? And then comes into chat and says, GG, I was the Ranger. It's like, dude, don't even waste your time, right? GG, I was third party. And then the Ranger dies immediately to the wizard, right? There's just you factored nothing in, right? Would he be emotional without the prompt from the chat? I think the prompt from the chat just kind of like breaks a bit of the surface tension. I think there is a frustration, right? He knows that the wizard in that case, that matchup, there is very little he can do with like the true power of his build. Like, the Elven Bow is not there to full on win the fight. The Elven Bow is there to apply pressure, make the wizard scramble, make the wizard have to back up somehow, to force a mistake, to force an error, right? So that he can close the gap. I don't think that Morty expected to do the whole job with the bow. He even says, right? Like, I just needed to shoot him more. Like, I don't think he expected the whole thing to go, right? I really enjoy your logic. I agree, it is a surface tension to break. I think that he's just a professional young man, right? Like, he's got strong opinions, but he's also, he doesn't want to talk too much shit about the game because he's a partner. He doesn't want like an overly negative vibe for the stream, for the chat, whatever it is. There's a lot of balancing, right? I think, it's for people who have never done it, for people that have never, especially when you have a bigger audience and like you're dealing all the time with like super high stakes thing and everyone is just out to troll you, right? It is very difficult to kind of like stay level headed. So I watched more Morty in kind of like research for this vid, and the more I saw of it, I was like very impressed at how he handles himself because the situation is not easy. Okay. This game is so crazy unbalanced that it forces you to play without caring. Yeah, it just kind of bashes you into submission, right? Just to kind of underscore it, right? It's fun to keep an eye on Reddit and see what people are posting. Ranged combat only in High Roller. Why are most people ranged in PvP? I get it's meta, but do people have no sense to fight with a sword? It's kind of cringe. Can't face anyone without being a ranger it being a ranger or warlock. They should really make a melee-only high roller, in my opinion. Preach, brother. I've seen plenty of more. Okay, no one. People are human, right? I'm just saying in this particular instance, this example, right? I think Morty handled himself very well. That's why the game is designed around trios. The rock paper scissors design breaks the solo game. I agree, and we're gonna get into it. Shouldn't offer solo. Yes, I agree. Hooch Peppa? Hooch oh. It's like I wanted to say who chop Ipa, but then I wanted to say hooch oh Peppa. I don't know what to say. Hooch works. Excellent. Thank you. Bailing me out, brother. Bailing me out of that one. Apologies that Blinn can't read names. Why are most people ranged in PvP? I get it's meta, but do people have no sense to fight with a sword? It's kind of cringe. Can't face anyone without it being a ranger or a warlock. They should really make a melee-only high roller, in my opinion. Right? This season was all barb and fighter for the first month. How much fun was that? Fair. That's fair. But notice that those builds, right, that are good, that are strong in Squire, right? Especially when, like, I mean, the reason that I think there's an extra emphasis is because there's brand new perks, right? There's novelty in those two classes. But also fighter and barb are strong in Squire, right? They're strong at the gate. Layer on top of that, in a solo self-found environment where no one can buy gear, right? Those classes also had perks. As soon as the market opens and people can use their wealth to buy power, then you get the caster builds, right? Then you get like the magical healing, you get the knowledge, you get all the choice pieces you need, right? I should say, is your high roller rank separated by solo duo trio, or do they all advance your rank? That's a good question. It used to be separated, right? It used to be separated. It was so fun. What are you talking about besides disarm? Disarm had to be nerfed. I think that they're talking... there was Banner. Banner was strong. And just in a solo self-found environment, right? Where people aren't running optimized kits. The classes that have some of the base level strength out the gate, right? And that's a problem of Iron Mace, that not all classes have the same strength in that Squire kit. And I would love for that to be the case. I would love for Squire Wizard to be more viable. I would love for Squire Rogue to be more viable, right? Disarm, Banner, Whirlwind. Yeah. Plus just Barb perks. Plus just Bardiche bullshit, right? Which is just this kind of like baseline frustration. Like it's just like we'll get there. We'll get there. Anyway, okay. Running is a majority part of combat. Doors are still a majority part of combat. Range damage takes less risk is still a majority part of the dungeon experience. It feels like Arena and the dungeon have slipped further into ranged metas. It was always there, right? Range was always powerful, but I find that as the player base kind of like boils down to like the crusty husk, the crusty distillation of what's left of the veteran player base, people know that ranged metas are typically more effective than melee metas, or than melee builds, right? So the arena in particular, the dungeon also, especially the high gear score dungeons, right, have slipped further into the relative safety of ranged damage, right? And this is likely not opposed, Krusk mentioned, likely not opposed by Iron Mace, right? Iron Mace probably knows this, but they're a bunch of Tarkov guys, right? Iron Mace knows that shooting games are easier to make and manage than melee combat. Melee combat in this game is kind of like has always been kind of half-baked. I don't think these guys have a pedigree, have a good understanding of what makes a satisfying and nuanced melee combat system. It's not a melee combat shop, right? They just kind of happen to have melee in the game. What's up, PJ? When is the French-made costume stream, Blinn? No, we're going to do a pantsless stream at 10,000 follows, okay? And you just have to take my word for it that I'm not wearing pants. That'll be your sweet reward for getting us over the 10K mark. Shooting games are easier than melee combat. This team does not have a nuanced grasp of what makes good melee combat. And so I don't think Iron Mace is that perturbed by seeing the game slip further and further into ranged metas in the arena and in the dungeon. But to me, for my bias, for my preferences, as a shield fighter, as a melee enjoyer, that's annoying. That sucks. That's part of what makes me feel discouraged and pessimistic about the season and about the future of the game, basically. Okay, the next big topic. Lyrebird mentioned it. Speaking about melee combat, speaking about other aspects of combat in the game, stamina is lacking. When the game was new and scrappy, there was a tolerance for the DIY feel, okay? In the beginning, in the playtests, in the early patches, there was a scrappiness to this game that we all kind of, it was charming. There was a charming indie rock scrappiness. And there was also a tolerance for the DIY, rough around the edges nature of that. But as more combat features are introduced, as Iron Mace makes and releases, more nuance, right? More dialogue, an advancement, and a slight evolution of the melee combat system. The shortcomings of the remaining combat system become more prevalent. As they get more detailed, right? As they start to kind of like add more things, well, some of like the flaws of the foundation become more apparent. And that wasn't there before we didn't have the nuance that we have now, right? Stamina hurts too because it's such a band-aid that lets them manipulate the balance so meaningfully as required. But instead we get no stamina and no balance, okay? There's no reason why a class can just, a player can just swing a war maul forever. Ad infinitum, right? It's such a dumb aspect of the game that every class, right, can swing a maul, can stab a dagger forever, all day long, right? Can swing a sword, can just do a thing forever. It's particularly noticeable when the weapon itself, the weapon combo, has no meaningful pause or reset, right? Ad nauseum, exactly. Back to good old Reddit, right? Of my last 20 arena games, I've played against a ranger 14 times. For the love of God, please do something about it. I play mostly wizard, so obviously it's never fun playing against your hard counter. But JC, it's nearly every single game at this point. Please add some sort of sweet spot in the drawback that lowers the damage if you don't time it correctly. What a great idea. What a great idea. Perma bow draw is not realistic. Ones in chat. If you've ever drawn a bow in real life, put a 1 in chat. Put a 2 in chat if you've never drawn a bow, okay? If you've never felt the weight, the draw weight of a bow, it's fucking heavy, right? And especially, we've probably been pulling like compound, composite, recurve bows, okay? Pull a longbow. I'm not even sure what the draw weight is. 60 pounds? 70 pounds? Surprising amount of ones. Hey, it's a dark and darker community, right? I'm not surprised. It's quite heavy, right? Where are we finding all these bows? 120 pounds. Okay, I've got cat litter in a bag that's 40 pounds. That shit is heavy, okay? A cat litter bag is 40 pounds, is heavy. 3 of those on a draw, and you're just holding it forever. You're just holding it forever, okay? 140 plus for a longbow. So the fact that a ranger can do so much damage, right? And just hold the bow is dumb. It's not realistic. It's long overdue for a rework, okay? And I don't know if Iron Mace sees it the same way. I don't know if they care as much as we care about this particular detail, but it bothers me. As I mentioned, the swing and miss, the dumb melee is not punished. People that take the war maul and just swing and miss and swing and miss and stay away from me and swing and miss, it's dumb melee, it's not punished, and that sucks, right? Back in my camp, right? The guard, the block spam, permanently holding up a heater shield, permanently holding up a Pavis is very tiring, I'm sure, right? There should be a diminished return for not targeted block spam, right? Hi, Ham. Block spam? Terry will fix it? We'll see. I did archery in LARP. That's awesome. For good. Oh. Shout out Dr. Elsie's precious cat unscented. Perfectly steady too. Exactly. Right? There's no loss of accuracy, Zyozad. Exactly. I mean, you just prop the Pavise up. You put it on your toe, right? You can distribute the weight by putting it on your foot a little bit. The longer you hold the bow, the longer something should take, like drawing another arrow. Arm fatigue, totally, right? We're trending more towards Mordhau. Is that a bad thing? Is that we've already taken a step, right? The problem is, Georgie, right? Now that we've taken a step, and that's kind of what I'm saying, right? As more combat features are introduced, the shortcomings that exist become more prevalent. So you give us a little bit, we want more, right? You give us a little bit, no, for me, it's a great thing. Good. Negative pen even. Totally. I'm curious to see how Hunger is going to balance these aspects of melee stamina. Stay tuned, guys. After we're done with all this nonsense, okay, I'm gonna take a big sip of water, and then we're gonna read a brand new missive from Hunger about quests. And this is gonna knock your socks off. I can't wait to share this, right? We're getting fucking excited for this game. You have no idea. That's after the remaining lecture. We are halfway. We are halfway. There's a lot to say, dudes. There's a lot to say. I forgot about the missive. I am rehyped. Let's get rehyped. Okay. Blocking guard spam should be punished. Should have a diminished return. Maybe if you hold block too long, your blocking becomes sluggish. Maybe there's a damage leak. There's all sorts of great ideas. Do I trust Iron Mace to understand and implement a system here? It took so long for them to fix the fact that spears could hit you through the front of your shield. Remember how long, speaking of having to shame the devs, I had to make specific videos and post to the Discord and tag them and be like, hey guys, did you know that shields don't work from the front sometimes? And eventually they're like, okay, we should fix that, right? Okay, we should fix that eventually. Do I trust them to address this issue in a timely fashion? No, I don't, okay? I don't. What else? It's the same combat foundation from the early playtests. Underneath it all, right, there's so much of this game that has not changed from like playtest 4, right? And by this point, it's so basic and stale that it's just kind of like, okay, dudes, right? We're out of the garage now, right? We're out of the garage. I mained fighter from playtest 1 till season 4-5. I started to barely block shields were armored stat stick. Yeah, I was probably one of like 3 people. That's not true. I was probably one of like a dozen people that took it seriously. Now there's a lot of shield fighters, right? There's a lot of people who play this game, and there's a lot of people who enjoyed sword and board. But I couldn't find anyone else like me, right? There was not a lot of, I remember like there was an XQC clip where he's got the shield. He's like, hey, fucking don't block. Hey, fucking, you know, like, whatever. Okay. Stamina's lacking. Okay? We agree. Impact power and weapon riposte is poorly implemented. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? These are the things about Season 8 that I am dissatisfied by, right? These are the things beyond the positive changes. There is a lot of positive changes, but there's also a bunch of baggage. There's a bunch of crap still in the game that does not satisfy me, including the fact that impact power and weapon riposte is poorly implemented, right? Chat, why did the block not work? Chat, why did the block not work? Chat! At least as a shield fighter, you guys have a better chance against ranged people. I am a longsword fighter. I am a meal to eat those people. Yes, I do not envy the longsword enjoyer, right? Versus the ranger, versus the dagger, right? Do not envy you. Impact power and weapon riposte is poorly implemented. What do I mean? There is no benefit to high impact power versus a weapon guard. If a weapon is in a blocking position, like this, right? Like this. This is me blocking. Choose on toe. There's no benefit to high impact power. How should I do this? I should do a little picture, maybe, to explain what the situation is. Give me a moment. Let's do a little picture. Give me a moment. Okay? Go like this. Okay. Here's a guy. Like so. Okay? Here's a guy. We're a fighter. How do we show that we're a fighter? I know. I know how we show. Okay? We are clearly a fighter. This point's gonna bother me. Like so. We're a fighter. Okay? What are we fighting with? We have... Let's imagine we have a log sword. We have a quarterstaff. Okay? Like so. And we're holding it. So we've got our little fingies on it. Here's our little fighter fingies. Right? Beautiful. Great. So we've got a fighter. On the other side, what do we have? What do we have on the other side? Let's imagine we've got an opponent. We'll make this kind of general here. So we'll go like this. Okay. Here's our opponent. And let's imagine that our opponent is using a fucking Bardiche. Because of course they are. Because of course they are. This is kind of getting a little bit phallic, but that's okay. We're okay. Because of course they're using a Bardiche, right? You clearly have weapon mastery. I do. What's the problem with this? What is the problem? There's no benefit to high impact power versus weapon guard. What does that mean? That means that if the Bardiche attacks the quarterstaff will be stunned, right? There is like a... 1 second here. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this. Okay. So the Bardiche attacks. The quarterstaff is staggered. There's like a... There's a stagger animation from the block. But to riposte, you can riposte at any time during the stagger animation. So the fact that the Bardiche is this heavy-hitting thing, and the weapon is staggered, that stagger doesn't matter because you can riposte at any time during that stagger animation, right? What's the issue? Instead of a Bardiche, let's imagine that the weapon is a stiletto dagger, okay? Imagine instead the weapon is a stiletto dagger. It's still coming in like this. The stiletto dagger has a very light impact. So the weapon does not, it doesn't get knocked back. It just goes a little bit. And that means that the impact from the stiletto, you have the tiniest little window to actually do your riposte, your counterattack. So when you're attacking a weapon, having a big weapon like a Bardiche doesn't really give you an advantage against a weapon guard. And that's not good design, I would argue. That's not good design, I would argue. We'll come back to our illustration in a second. Currently, a longer weapon stagger gives you more time to execute the riposte in the current system. The longer the weapon stagger, the more time you have to click riposte and do the riposte. The riposte attack, it cancels your stagger animation. So it doesn't even really matter that you're staggered because the riposte just cancels the stagger. There are no perks or high action speed required for players to take advantage of this power. This is a poorly considered and poorly implemented melee combat design feature, okay? Weapon riposte should only be possible after block stagger subsides, in my opinion. I don't think that this weapon should be able to counterattack until it fully recovers, right? You can also encourage you not to take perks to give you more time. The system being like this is a huge reason why I'm not playing. Yes, dearie, I understand, right? Weapon riposte should only be possible after the block stagger subsides. This is similar to attacking after shield blocking. Let's take a look at an example. I'll call it up. Here's the example. Are you ready? We're watching. We're listening. Here we go. Melee combat. High roller. Fighting a halberd. Good block. What the hell?
Wow.
Dead.
You just can't counterattack them.
What? Block. Attack? He's already blocking. One more time. Let's break this down. I have a shield. You would think that I would get a benefit from blocking the attack with my shield. I block the attack. Look at the stagger of my shield, right? Look at the stagger of my shield. A massive stagger animation. Okay? I can't do anything with my weapon until after my shield stagger subsides. Now my stagger animation is complete, and I can finally return to swinging. Now I'm swinging with my mace. I have shield mastery. I have a 50% action speed bonus after a successful block. Despite that, despite the action speed bonus, here's my swing. He's already blocking. He's already in weapon guard position with his weapon, right? And this is with counterattack bonus on top too. Yes, he's already blocking. Okay, he blocks me. I'm surprised, right? I'm surprised. Now, my weapon is being reset from being blocked. I have to wait for that animation to subside. I'm trying to raise my shield. I have shield mastery. No, I'm already hit. I'm already hit by the riposte, and I'm dead, right? There's a 2-swing riposte animation, and I'm dead. It's fucking stupid, right? It shows me that these guys don't know a melee system from a hole in the ground, right? It's actually a huge problem. It's true. It sucks. I mean, look at it at full speed here. Dead.
Wow.
Dead.
You just can't.
You know, for the whole 5 hours I played this wipe. So, frustrating. Okay? Frustrating for me. Understandable, hopefully. Weapon riposte should only be possible after the block stagger subsides, similar to attacking after shield blocking, is my thought there. Moving on. It's currently too difficult to riposte light impact weapons. This has been a problem that longsword enjoyers have experienced forever, right? Daggers have a low impact power, which means the stagger animation of your weapon is very short, and the riposte can only be executed during that stagger animation. It's currently too difficult to riposte light impact weapons. The defender needs to riposte during the short stagger animation window. That window is too short to react. It would be the opposite in real life. If you think about our example here, right? Which would be the easier weapon to riposte? Probably the dagger. But in the game, it's the opposite. You'd think that if you were able to block the dagger, it would be very easy for you to riposte because there isn't a lot of impact from the dagger. If you try to block the bardiche, right? There's a bit of a stagger and then you can riposte, right? But you have to wait, you have to absorb the impact of that before you do the counterattack. It should be harder in the game to riposte a higher impact weapon than a lighter impact weapon. But currently it's backwards. It's backwards. The solution, I suggest you invert the system. All ripostes should have to wait until the block stagger subsides. You're blocking with a weapon like this. I'm blocking with a weapon. You should have to wait until after the stagger and then you can riposte, right? There should be a cost, right? Doing so means that light impact power means faster block recovery, which means a faster riposte. If I block a dagger, I'm rewarded for that with a quick block recovery and a fast riposte. That makes sense. If I'm fighting against a bardiche or a morning star, whatever it is, let's say I block that, there's a heavier stagger. I have to wait a longer time for the block recovery, and that delays my riposte, right? That's how the system should work. This would re-emphasize the importance of impact resistance and an awareness of impact power generally, and these stats should be visible in some way in the UI. Currently, this is a very... If you want the game to be more accessible, we've heard Terrence say, we want the game to be more accessible. We're changing movement, we're eliminating bunny hopping because we want the game to be more accessible, less arcane, less obtuse, less opaque. There's a big amount of opacity when it comes to weapon impact power and impact resistance. Put that in the UI. Allow players to understand what the impact resistance of their weapons are, of their shields are. Allow players to understand what the impact power of those things are in the UI. Invert the system, improve the melee combat system, improve player retention, improve player satisfaction in the game generally. Improve player satisfaction in the game generally. Yeah, I hate riposting rapier and daggers. For blocking wise, longsword should be unique. What I'm trying to say is longsword deflects the attack, the other weapons block the attack. Every weapon should still riposte, don't get me wrong. I'm trying to say the longsword shouldn't be impacted from impact power. Interesting. I think longsword has enough advantages in terms of the positioning of its riposte and the 2-swing combo of its riposte attack combo. Thank you, Clippy, I will. Currently, it feels like most two-handed weapons gain the power of the longsword. It really outlines the issues with the riposte. Hello, gamer. What's going on? What's going on, Ryan? Never understood why longsword needed to be some special case. I think it's just because they didn't have time to flesh it out, right? They ideally they would have had, you know, weapon guard, weapon blocking, and riposting on more things. On the rapier, on the arming sword, right? On the halberd. It should have been there from a much earlier time. They just didn't have the bandwidth. They just never focused on it, right? Currently, meta playing longsword is literally throwing. Current meta playing longsword is literally throwing. Can you explain how or why? Can you explain how or why? Okay, moving on. The last thing I'll say in this topic is that the follow-through parry, this might be a kind of a strange thing. Follow-through parry is PvP cheese. What do I mean by this? What's a follow-through parry? Ooh, are we playing Arena Tonight King? No. Currently, it's just a mega yap. We're not playing the game today at all. There's probably another like 90 minutes of yapping content, and then we're gonna read a blog post. And then we're gonna end stream and not play the game because all good, I have thoughts. Great. Hallelujah. Longsword will still insta-kill anyone when you riposte. It's true. It's true. And one of the issues I have with the longsword in particular is this. The follow-through parry is PvP cheese. What does that mean? The weapon parry riposte should only reward anticipatory action. Okay? If you're going to get the value from a riposte attack, which does more damage, the initial block should truly be anticipatory. It should be in front of the attack. There is too much value in weapon blocking and weapon guarding, in weapon parry riposte, specifically for the longsword, for blocking after you get hit, or blocking the exit swing of a cleaving attack. What does that mean? What does that mean? There's too much value for a block after hit, or a block of the exit swing of a cleave. Let's take a look, shall we? Back to the review. Break out the popcorn. Bring out the lobster. Bring out the lobster. Exhibit A, shall we? Exhibit A. That's the only way to parry felling axe most of the time. Here we go. Arming sword versus longsword. Okay. Here. There. There it is. It's a good fight. What just happened? We're going to break it down. Longsword is broken, in my opinion. A bunch of people just running around with the longsword waiting to riposte, not starting the fight at all, makes them look dumb. Welcome in Regan Rovier. Regan Rovier? What happened in this fight, guys? What happened? This is a tough fight. Army Sword is tough. I have to kind of stick to my first attack. You can see that my first attack fits under the sword. Here I benefit a little bit from what I'm talking about. Here I benefit from a late block, okay? I get hit first and then I block. That's kind of what I'm talking about, right? But we see a more clear example. Region Rovier. Regan Rovier. Just kidding. So he parried after he got hit, but while your hitbox is still active. Reg in. Regan Rovier? LOL. Okay, yes, exactly, Razzle. So he parried after he got hit. Yes, I did too, just there. I also parried after I got hit. We can hear it. Hit first and parry. Regan Rovier, thank you. It hurts me. Okay? Watch him though. Watch him. Check that out, right? Check that piece of game design out. Here we go. I do the work, I take the risk, I get the hit. Right? I hit him. But now my weapon is forced to cleave through. And what can he do? He can anticipate the cleaving path of my attack and do what? And turn his parry into my cleave after he's been hit. Okay? Now, you could argue realistically in real life, that's a thing that could happen. You could get hit in the arm and you could turn to take advantage of that. But in this game, I feel like that's kind of an abuse of the mechanic. Okay? It's not my favorite. I was lucky to still win the fight. It was a good fight. Okay. Let's look at another example. Exhibit 2. Here we go. Okay? Here we go. Uh-oh. So, I just won another fight. I had a fight, okay? I am not healthy. I have no second wind. And this plate fighter runs up on me and I'm really behind the 8 ball here, okay? I don't have the HP. Got a nice block there. Another one. Playing around his longsword. Stinky. Let's see it again. Let's see it again. Now again, I benefit in this fight. I benefit from the issue. Clean block. Clean block. Here, I get hit, I think on the fingies, on the hand. So I get hit first, and then I block. Right? Okay, that's the issue. But here's the real issue. Look at the attack. I've swung, right? I have swung through this guy. I've hit him. My sword is at his groin, is coming through his body, right? I have hit this guy. My sword is on the way out. What happens? Right? He just blocks at any time during the cleave of my attack and is rewarded with a riposte. Gets a parry. just because he clicks block during the cleaving arc of my attack, after it's so clear that I've hit him and cleared him, right? I don't know how you fix it without making parrying feel terrible. I've got some ideas. The riposte should just be slower on all weapons. It feels like they made the pre-existing ones faster. Well, I can tell you that this fucking sucks, right? This is a crappy way to lose a fight. And now we can talk about it, right? There's too much value for a block after you get hit, or for a block during the exit swing of a cleave. Mouse sensitivity enables a kind of parry drag that is an issue, but I don't want to get into the topic of like nerfing or capping mouse sensitivity. I just think that generally speaking, that this kind of mechanic is not intuitive, it is not accessible. Again, similar to bunny hopping, similar to some of the other opaque or obscure tech in this game. Knowing how to manipulate your blocking hitbox to punish a cleaving attack when you did not have a true anticipatory action, right? You didn't beat the attack, you didn't block the attack, you just kind of spammed your guard into the exit cleave, and you're rewarded with the riposte. That's not intuitive, it's not accessible, it's gonna frustrate newer players, right? It's going to. My solutions are this. Perhaps that riposte is temporarily disabled after taking damage, right? If your riposte is disabled by a second, a half second, right? Enough time such that if your character hitbox is touched before your weapon hitbox, even if you get the half block, that's fine. If you get hit first and then you block the attack, that's fine. The block can still stand, but you don't get to riposte, right? That would make sense to me. If you see a block fissure, the best way to combat is to drag or flick away after contacting the player. More unintuitive play. It's true. And that's a part of the upper level of skill, that the arming sword is just so fast, right? I have probably 3 frames. I have 3 frames of time. So I have to, like, after the first frame of contact, I have to do a frame-perfect mouse movement to avoid the follow-through frames from touching the block spam riposte fishing, right? That's not good. That's not good. I don't want to do that. Instead, perhaps the riposte is temporarily disabled after taking damage. That seems to make sense to me. That way, a guarding player, a defender, can still benefit from a block that perhaps interrupts the weapon combo, but you don't get to get the riposte cheese, right? You don't get to get the riposte cheese. It's similar to how blocking first disables the rest of the cleave, right? If the situation is flipped, if you're in a guard position and I attack and I hit your guard, well, no matter what now, my weapon attack will not do damage, right? No matter what. If I hit the guard first, then the attack is basically nullified, right? Surely if an attack hits you, they can disable their riposte for the rest of that specific... Yes, totally. Totally. Even if it was just like a basic timer-based thing. I don't see why they wouldn't be able to make that change. Fingers crossed, right? Or perhaps another way to do it is the riposte is only possible after the weapon impact resets, right? So there is still kind of a calculation where, like, a heavy attack is going to stagger the longsword, and that longsword can't riposte until after the stagger animation is complete. And so it makes it harder to riposte a heavy impact weapon. It makes it easier to riposte a light impact weapon. If you get the block on a stiletto, then you don't have to wait for that long to actually get the counterattack, right? Or add feints. Feints don't really come into the equation. This is about preventing a blocking weapon from being able to catch the end of a cleave. It doesn't really have anything to do with feints, in my opinion. Okay, but if riposte is temporarily disabled after taking damage, would never be able to riposte a rogue with a dagger, for example. No, you would. You just have to make sure that you block the attack. You just have to make sure you block the attack, right? If you block the weapon properly and you put your weapon, you have a proper anticipatory action, and you block the dagger successfully, you can riposte, right? If the dagger reaches around your block and hits you first, the best you can hope for is just a block. You can't riposte. Reminds me of For Honor where anyone attacking first was at a disadvantage. I think in this case it's the opposite, because if you attack first and you score a hit, you're at less of a danger of being riposted. You don't have the riposte cheese. But does riposting a tiny little dagger actually make sense? To me, no, it doesn't. Sure it does, right? If you have good weapon position and a dagger comes in, you can knock away that attack and riposte. It's more realistic for you to be able to riposte a small light weapon in real life than it would be a giant cleaving battle axe, right? It's easier if there's less of an impact, then you can block that attack and counterattack at the same time. It's easier against a dagger. If it's a big battle axe, there's all this force that you have to kind of deal with right before you can counterattack. So the riposte is inherently slower, obviously, right? Sounds like this would benefit landmine rogues the most. Because, yeah, but if he is mid-combo, you can't riposte because it would be on cooldown. No. Correct. Yeah, you have to actually have a successful block. If he's mid-combo, you get a hit, right? You can't riposte that attack. You have to wait for the next attack to come in. You block that dagger. And then if there's, you know, if your cooldown is expired, you can riposte. I just mean that riposting the way it happens in DaD doesn't really make sense. A la isn't real riposting. That's true. But it's just DaD, so I'm being nitpicky. And I don't really know what it means or what it feels like to riposte in real life. Let's not have any illusions here. I don't know anything about swordplay, right? I don't know what an actual riposte feels like, but I can kind of use a bit of logic to imagine that heavier weapons, there should be a value to heavier weapons in the game. And currently, in the two-handed weapon guard meta, there's no benefit to a heavier weapon against another blocking weapon, right? They need to introduce impact power-based riposte mechanics, yes. I think this cooldown timer would be in terms of a frame or two. Sure, it can be a quarter of a second, right? Blinn AI taught us all about blocking. I think the system is fine, they just need to adjust the DPS to make trading less valuable. I disagree. I think it's inverted. I think there's no value in heavier impact weapons against weapon guards. I think that there's no value, and there should be. There should be a value to using a slower, heavier weapon against another blocking weapon. I miss the intermission sometimes. Yeah, thankfully I've learned how to deal with my throat, so we don't need to have as many breaks like that. We all do. Impact power currently is only good against shields. Yes. It's actually a bad thing against weapon guards. Yes, exactly. Exactly, dearie. I agree. I think that it should work the same way it works against shields against weapon guards, which means that the weapon needs to reset before you can counterattack, right? Impact is good for shield, bad for weapons. I think impact should be good against blocking, period. Doesn't matter if that blocking thing is a shield or a weapon. Clippy intermission. Okay, bathroom break. I'll be right back. Okay. I really appreciate all the comments. So easy to block, makes it almost useless. Your opponent knows what he's doing. Yes, I'm sure it's very frustrating if you are the bear. I did kendo for a while, and riposting heavier swords was more beneficial than lighter because you generally let the weight and strength of the swing, interesting, carry through more. Interesting. I love the BRB scene started with burger butt and feet. That's funny. I think it's interesting that everyone in chat, well, maybe not everyone, but a lot of people seem like there seems to be some elements kind of disturb people more than others. Okay, but we're talking about despite the fact that Season 8 has made significant improvements, there's still a lot of issues that I see with the game. And different people have said that some of these things have discouraged them from playing the season, have chased them away from the game. All of these things, for me, have been discouraging and have been kind of like annoying things that like persist in the game that I feel like they still have to be dealt with, right? The follow-through, riposte, parry cheese, the impact power and weapon riposte being too fast in a lot of cases, a lack of stamina for both melee and ranged and blocking, the fact that range damage takes less risk, the fact that doors still play such a prominent role in dungeon combat, and that running and running and running is still a major part of the dungeon fighting experience, right? Okay, that was number 2. We have one more major topic to get into. One more major topic, and that is the issues with the solo game mode. And here things are going to also not be flattering for the game, okay? I'm just going to give you a heads up. I don't have positive things to say. Okay, thank you. I don't have positive things to say about the solo game experience. I don't think it's good. And so we're going to talk about that now. The issues with DaD Solo. How a design mistake became a crutch. Let's talk about this first. Solo lobbies, I think historically are the most popular. I don't know. This is kind of just like community wisdom, but I don't know where this is actually like validated. I haven't seen the actual metrics or at least contemporary numbers. Are the solo lobbies the most popular? And if so, where is that validated? But I think that we all anecdotally believe that solo is the most popular. It's also the most frustrating. I think adding stamina to the game would fix most problems with combat and running. I would love to see it. Common sense would dictate that they are. Let's do a quick review of the inception of the solo experience. Okay? Let's take the clock all the way back to imagine it's February the 6th, 2023. Where the fuck were you? February 2023. What was happening then? Right? What was happening then? That was 3 years ago. Everyone, we would like to share the updates for the Dark and Darker Alpha 4 playtest. There are also many minor changes that we weren't able to document everything here. Have fun, guys. Have fun. New experimental Goblin Caves for a solo adventurer experience. Okay? Who remembers how terrifying it was in the Goblin Caves, right? In those early days. Individual melee 1v1 nuance feels so small when the top end of the game is artifacts and range one-shot spam. Both obviously an issue, but it seems so insignificant if you watch any trios in HR. I think that there's still room for improvement. Like, even like in the chaos of trio battling, the chaos of a trios fight still comes down to one person dealing damage to another person. There still are many momentary 1v1 moments that punctuate the trio experience, right? And if you can make improvements to the nuances of the combat system, well, then all of a sudden the complexion of trios has changed because maybe blocking is more reliable, or there is more nuance in that. So it would change, even though it's one shot. I mean, particularly if the game is dominated by one shot melee builds, if you make it easier to kind of deal with that, right? I think that there's a reason why it's important to kind of like invest in it. This is about when I started playing. Interesting. I didn't start playing until August of 2023. But who remembers? If I maybe not anymore. I don't think so anymore. I can only do 2 modules. It used to be I could close my eyes at any time, right? Hi, Josh. Not staying long, but hope you're all still killing it. Welcome in. Good to see you. Okay? Thanks for coming through. I could draw you a picture of the 3x3 GC, right? I knew every turn of this little map, right? I knew every turn. I loved the Ryan 6 days a week videos, right? And this is a bit dated because he was doing a high roller version of this. Like, I think this is like a year. This is a while later, right? Holy throwback, totally, right? You lived there for... I did. We lived there for a long time. I said in a previous live stream, a previous Dad Yap and trivia stream, that Iron Mace was kind of to blame. That players were kind of to blame for forcing Iron Mace to make and release a solo lobby. I got a really interesting comment from Alpha Mel Gibson that I wanted to share. So we're talking about the emergence of solo, the emergence of the solo lobby, a critical, pivotal change that has altered the complexion of the game, right? Alpha Mel Gibson. It's also funny to see, okay, that forever, this has been an issue. This has been an issue. Forever, guys. It's never not been an issue. Patch 3. What patch are we on now? What hotfix are we on now? Fucking 111. 111-1 or something, okay? Patch 3. Barbs are broken. Guess what? Fast forward to patch 111. 111. Barbs are still broken, right? It's so funny. Anyway, I suggested on a live stream that players kind of forced or convinced or coerced Iron Mace into making solo. Here's the comment. Love this content. Thank you. I think the conviction point is great, but I like to think consumer first, and saying that Iron Mace was forced or baited or convinced to make solo is taking the responsibility away from Iron Mace. Those were business decisions. Inventing solo, inventing other game modes were business decisions. Back when they loved to show data all the time. It was great. They made pretty clear that they were just looking at the numbers and saw that most people play solo. Plus, a lot of people were asking for it on the Discord. They thought they can increase sales this way, despite blowing past any expectations they've had for the playtest. Despite the playtest being wildly successful and them selling tons of content, they thought they could further increase sales if they maybe considered making a solo version of the game. So if you already know you will sell more than you expected, why start min-maxing profits? You could have taken the slow road back, but literally the first opportunity to dilute the vision for money they took. Oh, very interesting. Very interesting. The first opportunity they had to dilute their trios only game mode vision for money they took. And we see them repeating the pattern of reaching out to new player bases, but not willing to cater or support, I imagine he means, those player bases after they made money on them, like PvE and free-to-play. Interesting. I'm not that versed. What do you think he means? He's suggesting that they saw an opportunity to sell more copies of the game to a solo audience without really any intention to kind of fully support or manage that game mode, similar to what they've done to PvE and free-to-play. In what ways has Iron Mace kind of abandoned PvE? maybe there isn't as much work being done with quests, right? Or interesting kind of like PvE dungeon experiences, right? It just kind of is what it is. This PvP is scary. It's amazing what can be conveyed with so few pixels, right? Anyway, I think that this was very interesting. In my head, Tingus, in my head, it was the players that kind of forced Iron Mace's hand. But this comment gave me some extra perspective, which I thought was interesting. It comes down to this. I think that the solo lobby for a team-oriented extraction game was a mistake. Okay? Creating a solo lobby for a team-oriented extraction game was a mistake. This game has distinct class-based strengths and weaknesses. This game has, it had even more so in the past, extremely high gear power. And when you combine those things, it creates major balance issues, right? Distinct class-based strengths and weaknesses plus high gear power equals major balance issues. Imagine if a game like Team Fortress 2 had gear, right? You could put on different gear to increase the strength of your character. And imagine Team Fortress 2 had a solo mode, right? Where you could go in as a heavy by yourself. You could go in as a pyro by yourself. You could go in as a spy, as a medic by yourself. What would the game feel like if you played Team Fortress 2, right? With gear power to further emphasize class power. Team Fortress 2 is so clearly a game designed for teams. It's not a game designed for solos. What would happen if you made a solo game mode for Team Fortress 2? You would probably experience a lot of the same things we're experiencing in Dark and Darker, right? Imagine if Unusuals gave you stats. Like, is that a team? Is that like a hat? Is that like a Team Fortress 2 hat that gave you stats? Yeah, you probably have something similar to what we have in DaD, right? DaD is a game of nearly insurmountable extremes. We've seen examples of that in some of the footage today, right? TF2 hat effects, I see. Unusuals, I see, thank you. DaD is a game of nearly insurmountable extremes. It's full of hard counters. It's full of ultra-fast TTK. It has, in some cases, minimal counterplay. So Dark boils down to, it's basically my meta cheese versus your meta cheese, okay? It's my cheese versus your cheese. And in many ways, you must play meta or you lose. There are so many ways to play this game in solos incorrectly, right? If you don't play the meta, some version of some meta, you're probably gonna lose, right? That's because combat in this game really boils down to a stat-driven DPS race plus utility spend in a majority of cases. Combat are your stats plus how much money you spent on Troll's Blood and purple pots or blue pots, and that's it. That's combat. Team Fortress 3 is actually a PvP dungeon extraction game, extremely unbalanced as you'd expect. Hi, Nap. Scrap banking for hours just to earn pennies. So much talk of cheese. Just my opinion, but if they wanted to make this a solo, they should have made a different game. Yes. With different stats, different balances, right? Different things. They really shot themselves in the foot having the same class have to work in a squad-based lobby and in a solo lobby. If it was a different game, right? They could have different values. They could have different abilities. They could tune things much more specifically to that game mode. I totally agree, Lily. But as it stands, in Dark and Darker, the combat in this game is stat-driven DPS race, largely, and utility spend. Some situations feel unwinnable, and that is totally discouraging. This is particularly noticeable in solos, okay? Before I get to this next part, let's take a look at a couple more clips. Here we go. Popcorn time. I made a mistake. I went to the wrong scene. Here we go. Popcorn time. More clips. One moment. Make sure I got the right clips. Oh shit. I need to export them. One moment. Why is this character called Mingus? Because it's a kind of a Murloc, I think. It's a Murloc. And so Murloc, the M from Murloc and the Ingus from Bingus, right? The M from Murloc and the Ingus from Bingus. Good one, Lily. One moment while I export what I need. I've never done this on stream before. This one I need. Our own little Bingus, it's true. Woggle, 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 woggle. It deleted it in chat, weird. One moment, I have to set my variable bitrate target. And I have to point this at the right folder. My mistake, dudes. I thought I had got all the clips exported, but I missed 2. Okay. The second one is in media encoder. I'll set the bitrate. And then I'll change the file path. 1 second. In here, please. And then we're going to export. I'm sorry if this causes any lag or anything weird. Here we go. What's up, YouTube? Today we're exporting a video on the fly. This might be really weird. My video might be all delayed. Give me a moment. Ooh, a chance to breathe and sip. Ah. Yes, Adobe Media Encoder is making you choppy. I assumed it would. I think this is kind of cute. How many FPS are we losing? A lot, probably. JD. We're almost there on the first one. His blank stare is funny. The blinking is good. Mingus for Prez. Imagine. Perfect hat for Mingus. This is the game, guys. It's in the game. Okay? I wish each hive blinked separately. Totally. Totally. Some humans can do that, right? Some humans have command. Wait, no. Some humans can like turn one eye, right? It's really creepy when like a person can like control one eye but not the other eye. You know? That's creepy. Second video is exporting. It's happening a lot faster than the first one. Ooh, like the actor who played Pennywise? Yuck. What's his face? I forget. I forget. I can do that thing where I make my eyes Joe. Don't do it. I don't want to think about that. Okay, exporting complete. I'm going to close out of Media Encoder. I'm going to close out of Adobe Premiere. I'm gonna throw in this video. Good. And this video. Okay. Let's talk about combat being a stat-driven DPS race and utility spend. Some situations feel unwinnable and totally discouraging, and this is particularly noticeable in solos. Okay? That's what we're looking for here. This one. This one. Here we go. Firebox. Playing rogue. Facing off against a barbarian. The quarterstaff. Shout out Firebox, a master of extraction games, dare I say, right? Game knowledge is almost unparalleled. His build craft, almost unparalleled. He's in rare air. He's playing as a rogue against a barb. He's sticking him, right? He's probably landed 4 or 5 throwing knives. Look at that. Knows to not get stuck in, right? Goes in for the swipe, pulls back immediately. Moss knows.
Yes, this is how you have to fight barbs. I am doing this correctly, just so you're aware. He might still kill me. This is not. I have not won this fight yet.
Now look at that. Look at that move, right? Look at this move.
I have not won this fight yet.
So good. That's probably the 8th or 9th, 10th throwing knife. Hits him again. Oh, it hurts, eh?
Iron Mace, please! Oh my god! Alright, I'm done with Rogue.
Okay. So we saw it happen earlier with Urban Gent, right? Urban Gent gets kind of like, he's trying to chase a guy, he gets swarmed by mobs, and there's this like unraveling where at first it's funny, and then you kind of feel a tinge of anger, but you try to keep it funny. You try to hold on to the comedy, but then the comedy evaporates, right? And then what happens?
I'm done. I'm fucking done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm actually so done. Berserker is so broken. I have him like near, like low. It doesn't even matter. It literally doesn't even freaking matter. I'm done. Fucking barbs, man. Screw it. I don't care.
Now what happens? Right?
Whatever.
Now what happens?
I have him like near, like low. It doesn't even matter. It literally doesn't even freaking matter. I'm done. Fucking barbs, man. Screw it. I don't care. Just play barb. Whatever. I tried. I'm fucking done. I'm so done. Outplayed the hell out of him. Didn't matter. Just get 2-shot anyway. By the way, that's not even Rogue being squishy. I have 40% PDR and 135 health or something. So like I have stats. Like I am geared enough that I should not be getting 2-tap there. I have the gear. This isn't like squishy Rogue. This is not a Rogue issue. It is a barb is broken issue. Oh my god, barbarians are so broken. I hate them so much. I hate this class. I don't want to play this class anymore, but I have to play this class. What can I do, man? What can I do?
I hate this class so much, but I have to play this class. Okay?
Barbarians are so broken. I hate them so much. I hate this class. I don't want to play this class anymore, but I have to play this class. What can I do, man? What can I do? Every time I try to play something other than Barb, I just get ran up and killed by Barbs. It's so obnoxious. It's so annoying. Like, I just, there's no freaking point, man. Like, what are we even doing?
There it is. He's got a very subtle one, okay? He doesn't do the, oh, God. He just goes, you can hear it. It's subtle, but it's there, okay? It's there. Feeling there's no hope, okay? When you feel like there's no hope to win, when you feel like there's nothing you can do to beat your opponent, right? You succumb to the meta. I'm choosing this clip from Firebox because I think that it's indicative of a broader experience that many people have privately. A lot of people that play this game, many people that play this game, go through that same arc. You are attracted to a certain kind of build, a certain kind of playstyle. You want to explore that thing that interests you. You have no success with it. Okay? You come up against these unwinnable and totally discouraging situations in solo. You feel like there's nothing you can do, and in that moment, you just follow the meta. Okay? You just follow the meta. And thus, the game becomes stale, predictable, and boring. Here's the thing, though, right? Here's the insidious thing. One more clip here. Here's Firebox now playing as a Barb. He's fighting a Warlock.
Oh, he actually fought me. What
Ooh.
the?
Ooh.
Oh, we're a Barb, though, so it doesn't matter.
Uh-huh.
I just played terribly, and I beat him anyway. Just Berserker and shit. Yeah, I played that awful. I didn't think he was gonna melee me.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter. We're Barb, so we just win. Just get outplayed for, like, just get outplayed and still kill him.
So he's still kind of frustrated from the original loss of the rogue, right? This is like the next raid. He loses as a rogue. He feels that Barbs are insurmountable. He's like, I have to play Barb. So he jumps on his Barb, okay? The next fight he gets into is against the Warlock. He admittedly doesn't play well, he says. And then he's kind of grappling with this fact that, like, I didn't play well, but I won anyway. And slowly, you can see the kind of, like, the dopamine creep in, okay?
Fine.
There it is.
Who needs to play well when you can just play
Right?
Barb?
There's kind of just
Who
like,
needs
hey,
to play well? You just get carried.
like, I won. Who needs to play
played
well?
that terribly.
I
That was,
just get carried.
That was garbage. I played that so bad. I didn't think he was gonna melee. I thought he was gonna phantomize and run. So it just caught me off guard. But like, I mean,
See, he's happy,
oh my god,
right?
man.
Because he won. Because he won the game. So that's the worst
Yeah,
part.
Until Barb is balanced, I'll just play this class. I don't know. I feel
Until
like Iron Mace is
Barb-
forcing my hand here.
Until Barb is balanced, I'll just play this class. I feel like Iron Mace is forcing my hand.
Okay, another loot delivery.
Okay, another loot delivery. Right? So, like, the game pulls you into these, like, shitty, broken ways to play. You don't want to do it. You want to follow your own interest. You want to have some creativity, okay? You try and you try, you get your ass kicked, and then once you succumb, right? Once you succumb, hey, I'm winning, and winning feels good, right? And like, hey, I get loot, I get money, I get to win. Hi, Jorkin, right? I get to say hello to Jorkin. Hi, Jorkin. So that's the kind of, like, that is an aspect of the solo experience that I have a problem with, right? I have a problem with that. When you feel like you have no hope, you're forced to follow the meta, and then you enjoy success, right? And more people just jump on that meta train, and they just go from meta class to meta class. This is an example of what I think the broader player base goes through. And I think that, I'm not trying to, like, I think that the Firebox clip, like, just indicates what I feel like the natural arc is for how it feels to chew 5 gum for a lot of players, right? For a lot of players. Let's continue. I think the market makes class and gear balance even more pronounced. Build strength at the beginning of the season is diluted by solo self-found, right? The true power of optimized meta kits is diluted, is put just out of reach, largely, by the inconvenience of solo self-found, right? Not everyone is running perfectly optimized kits all the time in SSF, and because gear and stats are more important than skill in this game, when the marketplace eventually comes online, the game turns into a kind of pay for advantage, pay for game advantage, right? This is a really great comment by Newport in our Discord. You know, there's over 45,000 messages in our general chat. In our Discord, there are 45,000 messages. And this is one I remember from Newport. It's fine to have progression. Of course, I want there to feel like there's a meaningful difference between someone who's played all wipe and someone who did not. But once the market opens, the progression is how much gold did you make during SSF, and are you willing to gamble that against the odds of you beating someone in a better kit than you? Progression in this case being how often you win that gamble of kit versus kit. At the end of the day, people either run nothing, and thus you get nothing for beating them, or they run the absolute craziest kits they could possibly afford, meaning you're almost certainly going to lose the numbers game, right? Particularly in solo. It's the core of my issue every wipe after SSF is over. When I die to crazy kits during solo self-found, I don't feel upset because that player had to work for every piece, and it's rarely so optimized that I feel I could not possibly win against them. I always feel like I have a chance against even strong kits in solo self-found. There's a chance. You feel that way, okay? It's usually my own fault that I lost in those cases in the SSF fights. Now, when the market is open, I could play perfectly and land all my shots, and the other guy is going to come away with half of his HP left in a trade because he's got so much more damage and HP than me, right? I thought this is a really interesting take. It's another reason, it's another thing that pronounces the issue in solo. Solo's already a difficult, perpetually unbalanced game mode that forces people into the meta, but then you layer on top of that the market that makes class and gear imbalance even more pronounced, and the issue becomes worse, right? Newport's got the facts, totally. I thought that was just it was such a good comment from Newport. Thanks to everyone, right, who's making posts in the Discord. It is so nice. It's such a... I am just stunned that we have the community we do. One more clip here to show. We're coming to the end. Let's take a look at this and consider this bit of insight. I think this is less of an issue now that HP is less prevalent on rolls on gear, but still a good point. I think in high roller, it's still highly valid. There are some disgusting, unique kit combos you can make because of the market that you'd never be able to find in solo self-found. And I think that the power that's unlocked by a truly fully optimized BIST normals blue kit is a major hurdle for most people, like for especially like new to intermediate players in normals, right? The power of a fully optimized, fully gemmed blue kit that you can buy in the market and gem up is a big problem for newer players. Considering that normals is like the first and like, well, I guess Squire to Riches. I think it's a problem. I think it's a problem. Particularly in high roller. Okay? Here we go. Listen to this one.
I love PvP, but not in MMORPGs.
Oh.
And the reason for this is that MMORPGs are designed around gaining an unfair amount of power and engaging in battles that have an advantage on one side or the other. They are designed to be unfair.
Okay. He's talking about MMORPGs, PvP. I have no experience with PvP in MMORPGs, but Dark and Darker is similar. Dark and Darker is kind of an instance-based MMORPG with a kind of like open world, full loot PvP, right? MMO is really bad. Heh. MMO PvP is really bad. Heh. Let's try it again here. Okay, here we go. What's he saying?
I love PvP, but not in MMORPGs.
Okay.
And the reason for this is that MMORPGs are designed around gaining an unfair amount of power and engaging in battles that have an advantage on one side or the other. They are designed to be unfair. That's the point. You are not using exactly the same items and equipment as your opponents.
No.
And that's by design.
There's
the
no
thing
symmetry.
with MMORPG PvP is you are literally trying to get better weapons than your opponent, so when you engage in PvP, you have an advantage. And if the purpose of your combat system is to be manipulated in your favor, so the numbers are giving you an advantage before your skill even comes into it, I don't think that's fun. I don't want to beat someone because my numbers are higher than theirs. I want to beat someone because I used the correct skills and made the correct choices against them.
So, what's he saying here? That in kind of like an MMORPG PvP setting, right? When there's disparity between gear, the numbers you get in your stats, the power your character has is a major factor before there's any even like kind of PvP decision, right? Very interesting. Similar to Dark and Darker, no? Right? That's exactly what we're experiencing.
Favor. So the numbers are giving you an advantage before your skill even comes into it. I don't think that's fun. I don't want to beat someone because my numbers are higher than theirs. I want to beat someone because I used the correct skills and made the correct choices against them. I think the reason so many people like engaging in world PvP in MMORPGs that allow you to make the system imbalanced in your favor is because they just want to bully someone. It's a power fantasy.
Bang. That's a hot take. And I like it. I never thought of these things in these terms before. He's talking about MMO PvP. He's saying that the people that like to engage in inherently imbalanced PvP, open world PvP in MMOs are basically people who like being bullies, right? People who like an unfair advantage in PvP are bullies, right? Interesting.
PvP in MMORPGs the correct skills and made the correct choices against them. I think the reason so many people like engaging in world PvP in MMORPGs that allow you to make the system imbalanced in your favor is because they just want to bully someone. It's a power fantasy. That's what it is. And you know, some people want that. Some people want to say, right, our team is fighting their team and our team is better geared, bigger, more powerful. We're going to win. It's going to be a one-way war in our favor. All right, if that's what you want, cool. Go for it. But I think games that build themselves entirely around that struggle to keep players because they don't fully understand that when half your player base is just constantly being killed, they're going to leave.
When a game builds itself around heavily imbalanced full loop PvP, right? They kind of paint themselves into a corner. And the player base slowly diminishes over time. Have we seen or experienced something similar in Dark and Darker? Kind of, right? Kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. This is what I think about when streamers complain that the dungeon is empty. Interesting. I think that's a lot of the gamers out there, yes. But you can't solve this thing in Dark and Darker. No, you can't. And that's I never really thought of DaD in these terms. Because I'm not in the higher gear scores, I don't fuck around in high roller that often, right? I'm not exposed to that. I'm content kind of just in my normals, right? Like I'm just trying to master the mechanics of Melee. I'm not playing like a gear-based progression game, right? So I never really thought of these things in these terms before, but after that clip, I saw that clip randomly. I was so thankful because it really kind of, that's the kind of the keystone in this whole talk and kind of what I'm building towards in terms of this like solo part of the discussion, right? That DaD, Dark and Darker, is a game that is designed to punish and reward imbalance. It's a game designed to punish and reward imbalance, and a way for players to access a kind of extreme power fantasy in Dark and Darker via the classes and the gear, the builds that they use. Patch 69 was horrible. We'll get there. I'm not sure if it was, to be honest. The words between the lines are, there's no one left for me to bully. Yes. They tried to with patch 69. Yes, they tried. And the vocal minority, right, were streamers who were potentially accustomed to being able to bully people with a gear diff, right? People who are comfortable relying on a gear diff to win fights and also had public platforms from which to express their frustration, right? DaD is a game designed to punish and reward imbalance, even currently. There's enough of a gear disparity, there's enough of a class balance disparity that this is true. And it's a way, Dark and Darker is a way for players to access a kind of extreme power fantasy, which can make the game very unfun in a solo context. We've seen that in the clips today, right? We've seen that in people trying to play against a bad class matchup, and it is discouraging and frustrating, right? Young Grabe, what's going on? Okay, in my opinion, this game was never meant to feature sustained 1v1s. Okay, this game was a trios game. This team was encouraged to make a solo version of the game, but Dark and Darker was never meant to feature sustained solo 1v1 combat. But solos exists, the game mode exists, and some veterans are hooked on the experience of class power imbalance, is my opinion, right? Because the game tells them you are winning. You are winning. When Firebox switches over to play Barbarian, even though he doesn't want to, even though it makes him sick to his stomach, he doesn't want to play Barb. But when he does, he wins, and the game tells him, no, good, you won. You won the fight. Look, you get the loot. You can smile, right? You can sell the loot for money. You did a good job. You won the game, even though you're playing a brain-dead, broken class that takes less skill to pilot, right? Veterans are hooked. Some veterans are hooked on an experience of class power imbalance because the game tells you that you are winning, okay? Let's take a look at two more clips. The last two clips of the day. Let's take a look. Yeah. Here we go. Do it. Do it. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Moss has been here all day. You guys have been here all day. So cool. So cool. I feel that you have come a long way to be able to express all this into words. It's been a long road, right? Here we go. Let's take a look.
Action speed with weapon out, 28. And
look at these stats. Urban Gent is running a Slayer kit that he took off a dead body. He killed this guy. He took the Slayer kit. GG. Okay, like I said, Urban Gent I have a respect for because Urban Gent can play melee, caster, everything in between. He is so good and dynamic at piloting all these different builds. He can kill a guy, absorb the kit, run it, do well. It's very interesting, okay? He's got a high roller Slayer kit on. He has a default action speed of 28%.
Then 43.
43% action speed with Adrenaline Rush.
And then we're 3, 6, 9 add. So each one of those is 9 add.
And he's found a way through unique gear to have +9 additional weapon damage every strike with his 40% action speed. Okay?
9, 9, 9.
That's a throwback to true damage. It's kind of like a version of a true damage build from a previous season, right?
And then if I hit him in the head, obviously it gives the headshot multiplier.
Mm-hmm. Because unlike true damage, it didn't do a headshot multiplier, or it wasn't reduced by hitting limbs on the body. So, very interesting.
Oh, yep, true. The 5 add from Slayer and the 2 from Sword Mastery. So 2.
Oh, wait, there's even more add damage because there's Sword Mastery, which gives you +2, and there's Slayer, which gives you +5. So 2 + 5 is 7, plus 9 is
5, that's 7 plus 9, so 16 add.
16 additional weapon damage per swing. Okay, been lurking from work. Best TED Talk I heard all week, preach. Thanks. I'll try to get a better one for next week. Thanks, Charlie. I appreciate it. It's disgusting, right? This is disgusting. 16 additional weapon damage every swing with 40% action speed.
Add weapon? Yeah, 6. That's crazy. 5, 6, 7, 3, 6, 9, 16. 16 add wep. Holy.
He can't believe it.
Yeah, and the PDR is crazy. 63.
Oh, also, this kit also has 62% physical damage reduction. This kit, in addition to having 42% or whatever it was action speed, 16 additional weapon damage, it also has 62% PDR on a Slayer build. On a Slayer build. What can you do against this, right? Exactly. That's the question.
So we'll see how this works. 143 HP is a little low, but we'll deal with it. Listen, if you drop your arrows, I'll let you go, bro. Can you just drop me your arrows, or no? Drop me your arrows real quick.
Okay. Check out the damage he's taking, right?
Drop me your arrows real quick.
Now, this is not a geared bard, right?
Okay. He was like, oh, I have him on the ropes. I have him on the ropes. He did not have me on the ropes.
Okay.
I just heard him.
Here's some actual combat, okay? Here's some actual combat.
He's to the left.
He doesn't know what this guy is. He heard the guy, doesn't know what it is.
Oh, fuck.
It's a barb.
Uh-oh,
1,
he's
2,
fucked here.
3, 4, 5.
And he's fucked.
5 stabs.
Oh my god, he did 0 damage. He's
5 stabs. 5 stabs with a stiletto to drop a barb. Okay? Fucking spoiler, brother.
Oh, fuck. Uh-oh, he's fucked here.
Okay.
And he's fucked.
Look how much damage he lost.
Oh my god, he did
right?
0 damage. He's not geared.
Okay.
He did 0 damage.
But he has gear.
Yeah. Oh, wait, what the fuck?
But he has gear.
Bro, he did like 0 damage.
Uh-huh.
He did, oh, I'm 60. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
That's why he did no damage.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot. I almost forgot him. 63 PDR. Yeah, this might be a barb. Like, this build might just destroy barbs.
This
Okay.
build might just destroy barbs. Okay? This build might just destroy barbs. Keep that in mind. Some veterans are hooked. Not necessarily Urban Gent, but some veterans are hooked on class power and balance because the game tells you you are winning. Okay? Some players have no problem destroying other gamers with maximum advantage. Right? That's fun. It's fun to completely destroy another player. That player has no chance against you, right? Okay, last clip of the day. Last clip of the day. Here it is. Urban Gent. The same kit, Slayer kit, right? Goblin Caves.
That's a caster.
You're
That's
the caster.
Wizard.
It's a wizard.
Cast. I don't think I beat him here. I can't lie.
He has the game knowledge. He already knows that he's in trouble, right? He knows what his build is. He knows what his opponent is. He has an idea of the landscape of the module, right? Again, his divergence, his contingency planning, he's kind of like a lot of his tendrils are going to, ooh, I lose, ooh, I lose, ooh, I lose. So he knows at least he's in real danger here, right? You can how quick is that too? Another really impressive thing about this guy is that he just knows the game through and through, that, you know, these kind of things come to him so quickly.
He looks humble, so he's probably in turbo.
Another excellent piece of observation, right? The guys that don't look like that they're a threat are usually the biggest threat, right? Now, I'm not sure if he's going in. I'm not sure if he's going in. He's using his bow. He takes the fight, yes. He takes the fight, which is maybe a bit of hubris, right? But I don't think he's going in here, per se. He's also on stream, and there is a
I don't think I beat him here. I can't
there's
lie.
a kind of like
He looks humble, so he's probably in turbo.
propulsion when you're on stream, right? Oof.
Oh, he can break a door with missile? I think I'm just dead here.
The combination, the calmness, right? Look at his face. I feel like I also wear the game on my face, right? When I'm dodging, I'm wincing, I'm trying to block. I look at footage of myself, right? Like he feels the game, but he's also got a command over his emotions that he can speak calmly. It's very interesting. It's very impressive, right? Like he is locked in, okay? But listen.
I think I'm just dead here.
It's calm voice, right? Yeah, I think I'm probably just dead.
Oh. He's like out of spells, but I think I'm dead. Yep, there it is. GG's! GG's!
So he gets stuck with
Yeah,
explode.
Wizard not OP. Like,
Right.
what's the counterplay, by the way? Oh my god, that shit is so brain dead. He's literally in, like, look at this shit. Like this. GG. I think I'm just dead here. Oh.
Here's the point.
He's like out of spells, but I think I'm dead.
Did he do any melee damage? No, right? He did not touch the wizard once. He did 0 melee damage to this guy, right?
Yep, there it is. GG's! GG's! Yeah, Wizard not OP. Like, what's the counterplay, by the way? Oh my god, that shit is so brain dead. He's literally in, like, look at this shit. Like, actually insane.
There's the humor, right? The outer layer.
Yo, unplayable.
Unplayable.
Honestly, like, what's the counterplay there?
What's
I popped, like, all of my magic prots. I was dodging, couldn't even pull out my bow.
Uh-huh.
And he's, like, in boof, too. That's the crazy part.
He was in boof.
I mean, what do you do, bro?
What do you do?
I might have to put on a fucking...
You play another game, right? What do you do, bro?
T?
Just play another game. So, no counterplay, right? No counterplay is the concern. A moment ago, right?
Yeah, this might be a barb. Like, this build might just destroy barbs. Low key.
I think I'm not calling him out. I think that these clips kind of illustrate a cognitive dissonance that exists between a lot of veteran players. And when I saw this string of events, it stood out to me. And I want to show this as like a common feeling, a common experience that I think a lot of players of this game have, where veteran players, certain players that are into a class fantasy, okay, have no problem destroying other players with a maximum advantage. Okay, you run a 42 action speed, 16 add weapon damage, 62 PDR build against barbarians. The barbarian has no chance. Okay, that slow swinging Bardiche has barely any chance. Okay, but also the same player will express frustration when it feels like they can't fight back, right? So there's two things happen at once. They are happy to completely dominate other PvP where that player has no chance, but they can't conceive or fathom, or they do not tolerate or not comfortable with a situation where they have no counterplay, right? Play trios, that's the solution. We're talking, some people prefer, some people play solos, right? Solos is a game mode that is officially offered by Iron Mace. Here's the hot take, right? Here's the hot take. Go to Reddit, right? Why is everything in the game so incredibly busted? Rangers can kill you in 2 to 3 hits. Warlocks, Dark Bolt kills you 2 to 3 hits. Halberd and Bardiche kill you 2 to 3 hits. It's impossible to survive for a freaking second in this game. Uh-huh. Hot take. This is the hottest take of the day. All right? Hottest take of the day. is most veteran players, most people that have stuck around and are still playing Dark and Darker, and there aren't that many comparatively. Most veteran Dark and Darker players are addicted to power fantasy. They're willing to tolerate the risk of downside loss. They're willing to gamble with their time and risk loss for the opportunity to dominate other people with gross imbalance. People like the feeling of dominating with gross imbalance. Most veteran DaD players are addicted to some element of power fantasy. They are attracted to easy paths to victory and like to feel unkillable. They lean on stat checks in DPS trading-based combat, but also feel upset when they experience hard counters. This is a kind of a weird paradox. I imagine it happens in other games, but the only game that I'm familiar with really is Dark and Darker, right? Which is a kind of instance-based MMO. Let me get the idea. Are you just pure roasting devs? Don't get me wrong, I agree with most of your statements, but is there a space to make the game any better? I think the core game design makes is unfair. I've done my best today to talk about positive improvements, right? Positive improvements. Season 8 has made many improvements that are good, right? We've talked about the ways that Arena is good for the game. I've expressed in this stream and many other streams, when I think Iron Mace does something good and positive for the game, I'm happy to underscore that, right? But there are a lot of things that exist in this game that push me towards a feeling of pessimism, right? Despite the positive things that have happened, there's a lot of things related to combat that I think are not good, are not well designed. And there's a lot of things, particularly in the solo experience, that are not good and not well designed. Namely, that the game itself is inherently imbalanced and appeals to veteran players that are addicted to power fantasy, that want to be bullies, right? DaD is not a game that proportionally rewards skill, in my opinion. This is not a game that rewards skillful play, and I'll define that in a second. It has an unreliable platform, it has half-baked systems, it has really bad netcode and latency issues, okay? Instead, this game, Dark and Darker, is a game that rewards power exploitation, as we saw. Get a kit that removes 62% of physical damage, that gives you 45% action speed, that gives you plus 16 additional weapon damage on every swing, right? It's a game that rewards power exploitation and allows gamers to achieve status in a social hierarchy based largely on a fluency and ability to deploy meta-class builds rather than an impressive execution of skill. Okay? It's a big, long, complicated sentence. But what I'm trying to say is people want status in a social hierarchy. People post videos to YouTube. People want to climb a leaderboard. We seek status in our social hierarchies in a number of ways. And Dark and Darker is attractive to some people because it doesn't take skill to achieve status in this game. You can have wealth. You can have success. All it takes is a desire, a fluency, and ability to deploy a meta-class build to enjoy success and get status in this social hierarchy. The game rewards meta-class play over things like manual dexterity, like opponent game anticipation, like self-control, like decision-making under pressure. These are what I consider to be the kernels of actual skill expression in the game. And these things still play a role in meta builds, right? It's not like that manual dexterity and opponent anticipation and self-control and decision-making don't exist in meta deployments. They do. But as we heard Firebox say, I can play like shit as a barbarian and still win because I'm a barbarian. People can crutch on the strength and imbalance of class power much more reliably than they can use actual skill to overcome that class power, right? These things still play a role, but often take a back seat, is what I'm trying to say. That's the hottest take of the day, okay? I feel like this stuff is required to keep a kit, not win a fight. This question is a bit off topic. I'm not going to read it. So it goes back to the situation that has happened a couple times in the history of the game. Patch 69 served to kind of squish down the disparity between gear power, and people revolted. That's because I think patch 69 it took away a sense of progression. It was too blunt. If the idea was to try to make it so that combat was more about these skillful things instead of being about kit power overall, the squishing of gear in patch 69 made it feel like the game had no progression, and that was bad because the game has no story otherwise, right? But Two Hands, I think, picked up on it a long time ago in May of last year, right? Not a big surprise that all the YouTubers and streamers are celebrating this patch where they reverted. They went back on they reintroduced a gear disparity, right? I cannot for the life of me understand how you can go from having a hardcore extraction melee game being on the right track by lowering gear diff, right? And introducing randomization, fog of war, and to do a complete 180. Remove fog, exacerbate the loot and gear diff problem, and then remove game modes, right? Hey, that's you. Two Hands. I remember. I remember, buddy. I think you and I have been aligned on this for a long time. Gear diff exists in the game to make it to appeal to a kind of person who wants easy wins, who wants a power fantasy, who wants to feel unkillable, who wants to achieve status in the social hierarchy without doing the work, right? Or by taking the easy way out. Consider the current landscape of Dark and Darker content. Think of all the content out there. How often do you see streamers or creators pouring over BIS and running max power builds, right? How often do you see that? Compare that to how often do you see streamers and creators intentionally playing underpower builds? Who out there is intentionally going into arena in a green kit or going into high roller in a blue kit and trying to punch above their weight? You never see it. You don't see it. Why not? Because this game appeals to veteran DaD players who are addicted to a power fantasy. They want easy wins. They want to crutch on gear. They're attracted to easy paths to victory. Now, that is to say that zero to hero type content exists. People do play zero to hero type content, but this content is exceedingly rare these days, from my opinion, from my perspective, because the opportunities for skill-based counterplay are so different in solo. Shout out to Redami, right? Classic DaD creator, loves to make the zero to hero builds. This is another guy like Vincent, like Yami, like Urban Gent, right? Like Morty. Red can play every class at the highest level. And this is like peak content. It doesn't get any better. This guy is playing the fucking game. He's going in with nothing. He's looting up. He's using skill and whatever gear he can find to take down other people, right? This guy is the best of the best. And you don't see anyone do it because it's fucking hard, right? This kind of stuff, playing every class, zero to hero, is hard. Most people aren't that good. Most people, most veterans, most streamers are crutching on gear. They crutch on gear because the game appeals to people that want that class fantasy, in my opinion. Combat in DaD is designed such that player skill is often eclipsed by class and build power, and there are too many instances where players feel helpless in solo matchups. Let's broaden our horizons for a second. Let's compare. Let's talk about shooters. Let's talk about Tarkov and other hardcore shooters, okay? Tarkov stands, rise up. In Tarkov, everyone has a gun, right? Everyone has a gun, and headshots are the equalizer. I don't know anything about Tarkov. I don't know anything about tier 5 armor, tier 4 armor. I don't know anything about gun attachments, but I know that you can shoot someone in the eyes and fucking kill them, right? There's always hope for the head eyes, for one little pellet of one of your shitty little shotgun blasts, right, to hit the eyes, and then you win. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the gear disparity is. There's an equalizer, and there's always hope. There's a shred of balance, right? A shred of balance. Let's talk about Arc Raiders, okay? You can use nades. I call them Grens. Most people call them nades. You can use traps. You can use surprise attacks. You can hit headshots. You can have good mobility, right? Every player has access to these things. It's not a class-based thing. It's a gear build-based thing. Weapons and gear power gaps are meaningful in the game, but surmountable. You can have a Berletta and kill someone with a Venator. You can have a Stitcher and kill someone with a Tempest, right? There's a gear gap, right? Shields and weapons and attachments and mods and all that stuff is material, okay? It's meaningful, but it is surmountable. It's overcomable, right? Plus, the majority of the damage in the game exists at range. So players are on more of an equal footing. There's no melee range divide. It's basically always ranged with a tiny bit of melee sprinkled in, right? That's Arc Raiders. Let's talk about Dark and Darker, okay? Classes in Dark and Darker, in Squire, start at very different power levels. There's a very different degree of strength between Squire Barbarian and Squire Rogue, right? That's a problem. There's a range melee divide that is almost binary. As we said, it's a very stark divide between the people that can compete in range, the people that can't, people that can compete in melee, the people that can't. And there's very little fluidity between that binary. Very few classes can actually be viable, especially at a high level, between range and melee, right? Very few classes can go through that. Meta perks and skills, plus gear power, plus fancy utility, Troll's Blood, Purple Pots, whatever, make players truly OP. You combine the meta perks and skills of a Slayer or a Barb or a Wizard or a Warlock or whatever it is, right? Plus gear power, crazy gear power, plus crazy healing, crazy utility strength. You get players that are truly overpowered, right? That are truly untouchable by some other classes. Victory in defeat in some of those solo matchups are predetermined, okay? Urban Gent realized it. Morty realized it. You're a fighter in solo in Goblin Caves. You see a caster, right? You know, you see that he saw that druid. You know that there's probably like a 90% chance of a certain outcome, right? Some solo matchups are predetermined by the gear power before there's any sort of instance of actual skill expression, okay? And that is what it is. That is what it is. Even with mistakes, even with surprise attacks, even with headshots, some class matchups, some imbalanced matchups are truly insurmountable. There are no real equalizers in solo, right? There's no head eyes in this game. There's nothing that you can actually kind of hope for. If you are against that total counter build to you, or against another class another player that is just fucking turboed out of their minds, right? There's no hope. Unlike Tarkov, where there's always hope. There's no hope in Dark. The dark just grows darker, right? There's no equalizers, and there also seems to be no desire from Iron Mace, no ability to kind of work that into the game. It's just not part of the game, right? The idea of like hopeless, predetermined solos matchups is just kind of what the game is, right? It's kind of what the game is. The persistence, interestingly enough, the persistence of imbalance in this game is almost a feature. It's almost like it's intended, right? The persistence of imbalance in this game is almost intended. Here's the last hot take of the day, okay? Dark and Darker retains and farms insecure veteran players with a gear diff power fantasy, okay? The game is designed to capture and farm vets who want the experience of gear diff power fantasy. It offers advantage and easy PvP wins via stat checks that make people feel successful. You did a good job, baby. You killed the guy. You're a big, strong barbarian. You did a good job. You killed him. You get the gear now. You go home to your stash. You did a good job, baby. And now buy this shitty skin. Buy this cosmetic, right? Buy this recycled zombie skeleton, whatever, right? Vets are getting farmed by this game. Vets are attracted to a gear power fantasy. They get sucked in. They get told they're doing a good job, baby. You won the fight. Now buy these cosmetics, right? Now buy these cosmetics. There's nothing wrong with this. There's nothing wrong with this. This is a business strategy, okay? And to be honest, it's expected. It's expected from an extraction game model. Extraction games are inherently not balanced. People who play extraction games understand there's an inherent imbalance to this, okay? So it's not like it's a bad thing. It just is what it is. But I was hopeful. Go back to baby Blinn, right? In the summer of 2023 when I discovered the game, and the game was just starting to take off, right? You had an idea of where the game was going to go. I was hopeful for a different path, a different outcome. I was hopeful for more of a balance in the game. I was hopeful especially for the solo experience where I lived, right? I loved playing Shield Fighter because I didn't like the idea of being hard countered. And back in the day, when there was fewer classes and the game was a little bit different, it felt like Shield Fighter had a chance. There was always hope, right? There was always hope for my shield to carry me through to victory in some of those situations, okay? I was hopeful that the game was going to develop a different way, okay? Plus, persistent balance issues and frustrating or insurmountable PvP combat does not appeal to new players. In terms of a business decision, right? In terms of the health of the game, persistent balance issues and frustrating or insurmountable PvP fucks new players and slowly erodes the motivation to play of existing players. We've seen that in this season. Here's the season. Whoop! There it is. Season 8, we launched, right? And then it's Disarm and Whirlwind, and it's like, ugh, right? And people kind of back off a little bit, and then they try to make some changes to it, and then there's gold duping, and it's kind of like, ugh. And now it's like, okay, you know, people have kind of got the arena rank, and the dungeon has not changed, and nobody cares, right? And we're done. We can see this dip, right? Here's season 8. Here's season 7. Here's some of the semi wipes. Even though the game has made so many great changes, right? So many great changes. We're making progress. It's doing well. And yet, we have not superseded previous launches, right? It's bad. It's troubling. It's a worrying sign. It's a worrying sign. Okay? So that's it. That's the state of affairs. That's how I feel about solo. That's 3 of 3. Okay? Getting lifted and then one shot by a random Sork. Whereas I just experienced melee Sork. JFC. They move it to Mach 10. Spells hit like a truck and melee hurts even harder. I wasn't wearing the best gear, but I still have like 150 HP. A single spell took like a third of my health, and a single melee swing took me to 20, if not less. Wow, it hurts. Or what did this guy say? Or maybe I got rid of it. Someone was like, I don't understand, I got blasted up in the air. This is kind of neat. This is kind of neat. It's not just like a dad thing, right? It's kind of like, this guy had a really cool comment. Austin Williams, right? This isn't just a solo queue problem, it's the player base. And it's pretty much the same on any game out there, right? The entire game gets fucked by the smallest design flaws because people are such fucking weird little drooling freaks. Like, if you step outside of our little world of Dark and Darker, like, idiot humans are trying to use ChatGPT during job interviews, right? People are looking to cheese everything. People are looking for advantage everywhere. People love a power fantasy. It's not unique to Dark and Darker. It's not unique to MMOs, right? People are using ChatGPT during job interviews, right? They're using chat, regardless of who's using it to interview you, right? Like, people are looking for power advantage all over the place. I just think that I never really understood DaD as this kind of like, I don't know, because I don't spend time chasing gear. I'm happy playing in Squire. I'm happy playing in Blues. I didn't fully understand the kind of like machinations at work, and hearing the Joss Strife Hayes and getting this whole idea of like people being attracted to an imbalance for a reason, because they like to bully, because maybe people are insecure about their own ability, you know, in PvP, and they're attracted to a game that makes it easy for them to experience wins and to access kind of social status via those wins, right? I don't know, the whole thing was just a very compelling arc for me. Asian countries, Eastern countries have more of an acceptance of paying to win. I agree. I thought about this. I didn't want to get too into the kind of cultural divide, but I do have experience living in Asia. I have lived in parts of Asia for years at a time. I've experienced it firsthand in a sustained way. And I've studied some various things, right? I understand some of the differences, the nuances between Eastern and Western culture, and I do understand that there is more of a tolerance for a pay to win. And we have that here too, right? Let's not kid ourselves. The West is dominated by pay to win in so many ways, in terms of schools, in terms of regulatory capture, in terms of people just, you know, people pay to win all the time in the West, right? We try to hide it more, maybe is what it is, right? They're not afraid of letting wealth dictate power. I mean, neither are we, right? Like, people are stupidly nice to their boss because, you know, like, there's all sorts of ways that we do it too. Capitalism is pay to win, it is, yes. It's just less concealed and more open. That's what it is, right? It's a global thing, but we try to hide it more. We're a little more kind of like, gotta head out to an appointment soon. Love the app streams. Thanks, dearie. JD! Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. We're literally experiencing the pay-to-win era of the software community right now. Yeah. I recently read a post about a small two-man indie dev being showered with negative reviews from China due to them banning a whale that was harassing them. That sucks. I guess they aren't ashamed of it. We are. That's true. Like, there is like a, you know, again, this is a very slippery, like, I'm interested, but it's a little off topic. Overall, okay? Overall, happy Thursday. Missed opportunity for Thursday, Marty. It's been a long road with Dark and Darker, right? It's been a long road. I've never been this captivated by a game before. Never before have I followed a game so closely. Have I understood a game so deeply? I don't even understand that. I don't even play all the classes, right? I'm bad at the game, and yet, right? I'm captivated. Never before, okay? I was hopeful for Season 8 based on updates. I was hopeful on what I saw on paper. What I saw in the patch notes, right? On paper, I was hopeful. But my frustration and my disillusionment for the game runs to the core, okay? It goes deeper than a season patch. I feel like Dark and Darker is less and less with every season. Ever since I started playing, every season has been less and less melee first. And I understand that range has always been a part of this, and it's never been a purely melee game. But there was a time before where melee was more predominant, right? And it felt like there was more of an active kind of battle. But it feels like that battle has been lost, and the game is no longer, is definitely not melee first, but it's almost not even melee viable, is my issue, right? The game is almost not even melee viable, and that's sad for me, right? Solo balance, I also feel the issues of solo balance bleed into the duos and the trios experience. It's one thing to say, well, just play trios, or just play squads, or just play, you know, the issues that we see in solos don't affect the team play as much, and that's true, but a lot of the 1v1 situations still crop up in those squad-based gameplays, in those squad-based environments, right? And so you can't ignore solo balance issues because duos and trios are basically 1v1s just happening around other people also doing 1v1s, right? They are issues from the core, I agree. I have no interest in adopting meta playstyles. This is a shortcoming for me. I wish I could be like Red and Yami and Urban Gent and Morty, right? I wish I could just kind of freely move between different playstyles and pick up other classes, right? But I just don't have the interest, right? It's just not in me, right? The ranged in this game, like the projectiles feel bad. Like there's that weird delay. It's just not satisfying for me. I don't like the range play. Kiting, I've got too much empathy. Kiting feels like shit. It feels like shit to get kited out, and there's no, I just personally, I can't do that to another person. I don't want to do that. It's like, I could, I don't know. I could do a bunch, I could go to the park and I could litter in the park, but I would feel bad by doing that, so I don't do it, right? Kiting feels bad, I don't do it. Two-shot melee, whether that's a Bardiche, whether that's a cheesy longsword riposte, I think it's lame. I think it's boring. I think the two-shot melee builds, the reckless, the stuff, like the smite cleric, there's all these ways to play super fast TTK melee. I think it's lame, right? I'm not interested in it. That's just me personally. The door-based modules and the dumb AI, the dumb mob AI are unlikely to change, okay? Doors and square maps that are made of square modules that have doors between them, populated by dumb mob AI. This is foundational to the game, and it's unlikely that overnight Iron Man's gonna be like, you know what? We're just gonna have more of an open world and way more organic maps, and we're gonna completely overhaul all the mobs. It's not gonna happen, right? They can barely do what they're doing. They're not gonna be able to change these aspects of the game to a degree that I would be satisfied by, right? I think that this is another foundational issue that is hard for me to overlook. And lastly, there's just more arena focus, right? There's this arena focused hero shooter design creep. It's less about thoughtful deployment of resources and resting and, you know, like on off kind of combat. It is just cooldowns and go and that's it, right? They can't pick a lane and ride. It's true. And I'm not interested in that. So given this, how do you feel? And I'm gonna lock in on the fucking chat, because if I didn't just kind of like read, then it would be here for another 4 hours. And you guys gotta have dinner eventually, right? I got a big sandwich in the fridge. That's gonna be good. What changes I mean, these are my changes. Make the game more melee first. Fix some major issues with solo balance. You know, tamp down meta playstyles. Find a way to transition beyond doors and majorly overhaul your mob AI and abandon the arena cooldown hero shooter game philosophy and go back to slower and more intentional combat. I would love to see those things. More Stone Shard when? Monday, for sure. For sure on Monday. What do you guys want to see? Does anyone have any wish list? Dad makes me sad. I feel like, yeah, you know, like I said, there's been progress, but you know, I'm not sure if they can do enough. Play Dad. It's not gonna happen. When do you think? Do you think that we're close to 1.0? It's impossible to tell, right? It's impossible to tell. Play Crash Bandicoot. Yakman said that what was it like? He remembers his like dad playing that in the TV. Just take doors out. It's bad game design to have to wait for every door in a game to open. Still hopeful, but less so than a year or two ago. Hi, GL. Maybe Ro becomes meta soon. You know what? Your patience may be rewarded, friend. Right? GL is the kind of player that I adore because they play something. They play a class even when it's weak. Right? Playing a class even when it's weak is something that I relate to. My brothers and I were big gamers back in the day. Want to start a new game like Dad or an MMO we can enjoy. Is Dad a good move? My brothers and I were big gamers back in the day. Want to start a new game like Dad or an MMO. What's another MMO, guys? 1.0 will never happen. Points gun. No, it will. Terrence is motivated. This whole app has been about why we don't like playing DaD anymore, Lamau. It's true, right? Because I started the season hopeful. They made changes. They showed that they could make changes, right? And some of these changes are not insignificant. But it's kind of similar to, like, the impact power thing. As they begin to, like, change the combat system, well, now we just want more, right? The more that you add to the combat system, the more the old, dumb, broken stuff just stands out like a sore thumb. And so I thought, you know, I wanted to give the season a chance. And I was very supportive and very positive about these things. I'm very positive about Arena in a targeted way, right? I think Arena is good in a lot of ways, right? But with, you know, now that the season is worn on, right? These major issues still exist. Solos is still just completely pockmarked, you know, by issues. Adventurers Anonymous. It's group therapy. It's a group therapy session for us former. You know, like, well, yeah, whatever. Like, it kind of is. For me, at least. You know? For me, it is. This is like part of the step of letting go. Part of the process of letting go. What's going to make it easier to let go? Okay? What makes it easier to let go? There's nothing... When your heart is broken, guys. When your heart is broken by a boy, by a girl, by a man, by a woman, right? The best way to get over an addiction to one substance is by finding a new addiction to another substance. And before you know it, you forget all about the first thing that you were on, right? In my experience, if you want to get over an old relationship, find a new relationship. And all of a sudden, it's like, why was I even upset, right? Why was I even upset? The AA method. Waiting on Mistfall. I'm excited for Mistfall. Don't get me wrong. I've made content for Mistfall. You know, I've been following that game. I've been playing that game since the very beginning. That will come out in the summer, right? Trying to get addicted to coding all day long. It's tough. Oh, Naquan playtest was incredible. Yes. Now, I didn't play it, but what I like about this was how people spoke about the intensity of the PvE. The map was incredible. Was it not? It's like a massive city. You know, there's doors, but there's a fucking city, right? And that the time to kill, the PvP time to kill, seemed pretty long. The longer the time to kill, I feel like the less cheese there is. PvP cheese is amplified by short time to kill. So the longer it takes to kill someone, the less opportunities there are for cheese, I believe, right? It was cool all around, right? I never even had PvP and I love, there you go. That's cool. That's great, right? That's great. Let's get excited. I'm gonna take a sip and then we're gonna read this missive. Who remembers what a missive is? Who remembers? DT, are you off work? You still working, DT? Hi, welcome in. Okay, nose break, guys. Nose break. Zio knows. Well played, sir. Okay. I have passions. I have deep passions for Dark and Darker. And I have deep frustrations for professional incompetence. And I don't know. I fancy myself a capable person. And so it's like it's annoying when I feel like I could do a better job than someone who is a professional, right? Lungs, Schneely somewhere, yes. And I love Dark and Darker. I love it. I loved it, right? Dark and Darker is what brought us all together. And so there's just stages of grief, okay? Stages of grief. We're gonna read a letter from a new girlfriend, okay? I don't even know. I haven't even gone on a date with this girlfriend yet, but we're sending some very emotional we're sending some intense letters back and forth. Okay, who's had a relationship via pen pal? No one. I had a pen pal when I was in grade 6, and I was writing to a pen pal in Japan, and I think that really planted a seed, because the stationery was incredible, the writing was so weird and different. We would write in English and Japanese, and I got to write some Japanese characters, and that early exposure to a pen pal, like an actual person in Japan, when I was in grade 6, right? I have had a few. She's requesting to spend time. Isn't that exciting? Hunger writing you letters while you're in prison. You'll wait for me, right, baby? You'll wait for me? New GF. Totally, right? I know that she'll be true. Look down, they've all forgotten you. Right? Oh, what a banger. I'm gonna get copyright striked. I got goosebumps there. Who knows Les Mis? Don't watch, the whole thing is long and kind of awkward, but Les Mis, that first opening song, look down, you're standing in your grave. Right? You'll always be a slave. Look down, you're standing in your grave. Oh, man. It's tough. 24601. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked. A missive is a letter, okay? From a new love interest. And there's nothing more exciting when you exchange interest with each other, right? When there's an acknowledgement, right? There's a little reciprocation. This missive, the last one we read about, was about melee stamina and blocking, and was very exciting. This one, speaking of guild leader is kind of like, he's got a kink for quests, right? Guild leader is like volunteering his time to like fix Dark and Darker's quest text, right? Because he's just such a stan for quests. He's exactly. So this missive is about quests, on questing and progressing in the world after the end. I wonder if I should find, let me just do a quick, I'm gonna do a little bit of dungeon synth, I think, for this. We've had enough. We've had enough of... Thank you all very much for watching the clips. Thank you all very much for listening to me yell and scream at you for 4 hours. I wonder if this is how like some of the old like political speeches of like yesteryear felt, where people could just stand on a soapbox and yell about, I don't know, and just yell for hours and hours. I made it. What did I miss? No, shut up. Shut up, Rusty. Oh, that sucks. Oh no, dude. Has it been 4 hours only? Yes, it's been 4 hours. I want dungeon synth. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Let's read a missive, guys. I've been talking for 4 hours straight. Yep, 2 hands knows. If this is too loud, you let me know, okay? Okay. On questing and progressing in the world after the end. Hello, living. Development update. Development on the game is continuing apace. Since last tech test, the primary focus has been the full implementation of our back-end scaling architecture. We want as many people on our servers as possible. Cool. This work has involved making sure all core services communicate correctly across the stack so the game can scale cleanly. No blipping, right? No legal ESP. There's server tech is tough, man. It's tough. We have also implemented our anti-cheat solution. Ooh, that's nice. Alongside a large amount of optimization work across the client and server. In addition, players will now have the option to use SSGI instead of Lumen, giving more flexibility for performance and visual configuration depending on hardware. Alongside back-end and technical work, we've continued polishing all existing gameplay systems and content that appeared in the previous test. This includes ongoing balanced passes, system tweaks, UI refinement, performance improvements, and the addition of more atmospheric detail across all maps. Ooh. Every area of the game has received incremental polish, and that process is continuing. Imagine your new love interest was just describing all the ways that she was primping herself for your first date, right? all this describe her skincare routine, right? Her hair care, the flavor of toothpaste that she wears, right? Talking about maybe some of the outfits, where we're gonna go on the date. We've been stress testing for pedestrian load on the boardwalk by the waterfront. Who knows, right? Very exciting. Wow, baby, your UI is so refined, right? We also have a number of small surprises planned for the next test, along with new cosmetics and additional visual improvements, right? Mateo. Hello again, had to drive to work. Now I'm back to listen. Excellent. You're just in time, Gonzo, just in time. Okay, looking further ahead. Early access is only the first step of a much longer journey, and a large amount of new content is already in development. Okay, so there's gonna be a test. There's gonna be a tech test first, and then there's gonna be early access. Music a bit loud. Okay, 1 second. 1 second. Mingus. Only Mingus. Okay. I heard primping. I heard primping. It's true. Looking further ahead, early access is only the first step of a much longer journey, and a large amount of new content is already in development. This includes new cosmetics, new NPCs, new quests, new maps, new types of hunger, zombies, new weapons, expanding the current roster. We are also working on new living characters, classes to play as, additional cosmetic categories, and new game features designed to expand the ways players can group together and play cooperatively. Ooh, I missed that when I first read it through. And new game features designed to expand the ways that players can group together and play cooperatively. No doubt, inspired by, influenced by the success of our creators and the joy and just amazing experience of those massive boss maps, right? New ways that players can group together and play cooperatively. Very interesting. Handshake feature, but an extraction game. Work is also ongoing on the other districts of the chateau, which will open over time as development continues. The chateau is like the home base, right? So there's different districts ongoing of the chateau, which will open over time as development continues. Thank you for your continued support. If you have not already done so, join the Discord to stay up to date with development and make sure the game is wishlisted on Steam. The next tech test is approaching. Hello, nurse, right? Hello, nurse. Do you think she's got the victory? What is like the victory wine? What's the Mistfall? Is it Sigrid? Right? Big Mama Milkers? Right? Hello, nurse. Ayo. Okay. Quests. The Chateau. Hub, Town, and Quest Center. That's what the Chateau is. Players begin in the Chateau, which is the main hub of Hunger. It functions as a town space where you meet NPCs, access vendors, manage your character, and pick up quests. Most progression starts here, and throughout the game, the Chateau remains the place you return to between raids, between expeditions. Quests are the core spine of progression in Hunger. Quests are the core spine of progression in Hunger. While you can gain gear through combat, through looting and crafting, through killing and exploration, the intended path through the game is driven by the quest system. Like an MMO, right? Early quests are designed to teach the fundamentals. Looting, healing, combat, extraction, vendors, and how the chateau itself is structured. You all learn that through early quests. We deliberately introduce mechanics through quests rather than front-loading everything at the start. So not everything is unlocked, right? You go through kind of phases, quest phases to learn the game. Ooh, check that. Lewis. Check this guy out. Check that out. can't zoom in anymore. Oh, here we go. Yes, no? No. Louis. Looks good. Look at this guy. Louis, I need to check my stash. Cool. Okay. District progression and unlocking new systems. The chateau is divided into multiple districts, and progression is tied to moving through them in order. Each district has its own characters, story questline, and set of objectives. To advance, you must complete the main questline for the current district, beginning with the cast-offs in the outer ramparts. Okay. So the chateau is more like a castle, maybe? It's not like a house, it's a castle? And to progress through into the castle, you first have to go through the outer ramparts and deal with the cast-offs that are there in the outer ramparts. Progression is not meant to come from grinding gear. Progression is not meant to come from grinding gear. Finishing the quest line for a district unlocks the next part of the chateau and the systems tied to it. Huh. The chateau is a real place and is really cool. Rusty knows. Hopefully not on the 1,000 follower stream. Blinn would crap his pants live on stream. LOL. We were lied to. I'm sorry. I set a bad expectation. I did. I made a promise that my butt couldn't cash. My mouth wrote a check that my butt couldn't cash. 10K. Yeah, 10K. Unless we lose all the subscribers, right? And then I do crap my pantsless chair at 1,000 follows, right? If I can choose a profession in hunger, I choose cooking. Moving into new districts does not change the environment. Moving into new districts does not just change the environment, it expands the game itself. So moving beyond the outer ramparts into other parts of the chateau, other districts of the chateau, does not just change the environment, it expands the game itself. Each area introduces new mechanics and new features. The second district, the Cauldron, unlocks major systems that are not available in the outer ramparts. Interesting. Including the ability to form guilds. In the beginning? From the start? The Cauldron unlocks major systems that are not available in the outer ramparts, including the ability to form guilds, the ability to begin advancing your profession, and the ability to... Ooh, goulash farmer, right? God, these guys write so good. Just wait, GL. Just wait. There's an extra special bit at the end, buddy. Wait for it, okay? Goulash farmer. I'm salivating. Hunger contains many interconnected features, and the quest structure allows us to introduce them gradually as you climb, instead of overwhelming the player at the start. It is a castle. Look at this fucking guy. Look at this fucking guy. It is a castle. You do not have permission to enter the Cauldron. Okay. Okay. I want to go to there, right? Hi, Jay. Jay, yay, yay. Imagine cohesive notes from developers, right? Look at this guy. Hi, Jay. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday, yay, yay. Yes. You guys are so nice, right? Happy Thurbs. We can say Thurbs, guys. We can say Thurbs. Got that Thurbo Biss, right? Got that Thurbo Biss. Rewards. Reputation and long-term progression. Let's continue. Quest rewards. Scale with progression. Early quests give basic gear and supplies, but later quest lines can reward weapons, rare materials, crafting recipes, and cosmetic schema. Schema are the recipes used to create cosmetics. Schema? Schema? I'm going to say schema. Schema are the recipes used to create cosmetics, and in many cases, the only way to obtain certain cosmetics is by completing specific quest lines. This is intentional, period. I love a good short sentence. I love it. This is hard to do, okay? There's a certain je ne sais quoi that comes with people that are just like, this is intentional, period. I like it. We want visual progression to reflect what you have done, not what you have found. Snap. Snap. Right? You gotta earn your cosmetics. You gotta play the fucking game. Do the quests. Do good. Go deep. The deeper you go, the cooler you look. It's not about what you find. It's not about waiting in a bush and killing someone and taking their stuff to look cooler, right? Anyone can do that. What game is this? I just got here. It's called Hunger. It's called Hunger. Okay. This is intentional. Reputation also becomes more important as you advance. As your standing in the chateau increases, new tiers of quests unlock, including daily, weekly, and monthly assignments with higher tier rewards. Reputation also becomes more important as you advance. NPC reputation, doing quests for NPCs, right? As your standing in the chateau increases, new tiers of quests unlock, including dailies, weeklies, and monthly assignments with good rewards. These repeatable quests are designed to support long-term play after you complete the main storylines. So they're already thinking of replayability of endgame. How do we keep people engaged even after the main quest line is done? So they just, every nook and cranny here, guys, they're thinking about it, right? They provide unique rewards and more. Okay. At the start of early access, which again is happening after the next tech test, and the tech test will happen soon, like within a month. So tech test first, and then early access. At the start of early access, completing the current main story quest lines represents roughly 60 to 70 hours of content for new players, focused purely on narrative progression. 60 to 70 hours of content focused on narrative progression, with significantly more content available on top of that through repeatable quests, side quests, exploration, and systems progression. During early access, we will continue expanding the quest system with NPCs, with new NPCs, new story arcs, and new quest chains that take players to different maps, new locations, and unexplored parts of the world. Look at this guy. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Sweet. Ooh, what is this? Is this like a neti pot? There's a penis. There's a penis on this pot. For heaven's sakes, it's a penis. Mr. Sweet. Right? Look at this. This is rad. Computer enhance. This is early access. Dark and Darker was still halfway in the oven. Mr. Sweet Peen. And a lady riding on it. Oh, there is a lady riding. Oh, good call. Two hands. Peanuts. Rusty, avert your eyes, young man. Avert your eyes, young man. Okay, Mr. Sweet. Quest. He must be an NPC. He must be NPC, right? Quest origination. Not all quests simply come from the same place, and progression is not limited to picking up tasks from a single NPC. As you complete quest lines and build relationships with characters in the chateau, new quests unlock, new dialogues appear, and additional opportunities open up. Huh. Progression is not limited to picking up tasks from a single NPC. As you complete quest lines and build relationships with characters, new quests unlock. Completing work for one NPC may lead to new assignments, new storylines, or access to characters that were not previously available. It's like quest and it's like quest-based narrative exploration in a way, right? In some cases, building enough trust with a quest giver can unlock new vendor inventories, allowing you to purchase items, recipes, or supplies that you could not obtain before. Certain NPCs may also change roles over time. Interesting. Becoming vendors or offering new types of quests once you have progressed far enough with them. How cool would that be if you were kind of like dealing with some other like gutter rat like NPC, but they get established. They become a vendor. They become a tradesman, right? They evolve along with you, right? They're NPC, but they, you know, you work with them, you do quests. The storyline, like, you bring them stuff. They manage to sell it for a windfall, right? They progress. They evolve as an NPC. So cool. So cool. Because of this, quest progression is not strictly linear. Advancing one storyline can lead to another, open new interactions in the chateau, or expand the range of items and services available to you. As your standing grows, the hub itself evolves along with your character. That's rad. Jean Fondeur. Jean Fondeur. Okay? Hi, how are ya? Right? Post-launch, an early access expansion. During early access, we will expand how quests originate and how players discover them. In addition to receiving quests in the chateau, players will be able to find quest items during expeditions that can be extracted and brought back to the chateau to begin new quest lines. So, you don't just start quests by talking to NPCs. Sometimes you can find quest items during raids, extract with them, bring them back to start entire new quest lines. We also plan to introduce characters who can be discovered out in the world. Once found, these world-based NPCs may return to the chateau and become permanent quest givers, opening entirely new storylines that were not previously accessible. Dang. Holy crap. Movie phone voice? Does this game have a wipe cycle? Not sure. Library says negative. Welcome to Movie Phone. Some quests will also be tied to specific locations, conditions, or encounters in the maps themselves, allowing the world to act as a source of progression rather than the chateau being the only places that quests begin. Some quests will be tied to specific locations, conditions, encounters in the maps themselves. Very interesting. The goal over early access is for the quest system to become increasingly dynamic, with new characters, new quest chains, and new ways of unlocking content appearing as the game continues to grow. As your relationships develop and you explore more of the world, new opportunities should continue to present themselves rather than progression feeling like a fixed list of tasks. Rather than progression feeling like a fixed list of tasks, right? Your relationships develop, the home base becomes more dynamic, the world opens up, new NPCs are introduced, right? It's a living world that grows with you as you play the game. Look at this fucking guy. Reynald. A cuirass, right? A cuirass. Man, he looks badass. It's a hot air balloon? Oh, because they're like Frenchies, aren't they? The French love a hot air balloon. My daughter is missing. I need leather caps. Oh, man. Maybe a nod to Darkest Dungeon. Interesting. Up and away. In his beautiful balloon. Ooh. It, like, carries you to and from safety, right? If the chateau is like a safe space. Oh, that's so cool. Quest types and freedom of approach. We have many different quest types in Hunger, but we often leave it up to the player to decide how they complete the objective. Okay? For example, a quest might require retrieving an item from a dangerous location deep inside the pit, one of our in-game dungeons. Oh, so there's not just the open world, there's also dungeons that are a part of the open world. Okay, bring me a leather cap from the pit. Okay, my daughter is missing, bring me a leather cap from the pit. A more aggressive player might enter the pit with heavy weapons, clear out the hunger, and fight their way to the objective. Fair, right? Another player built for stealth might complete the same quest by slipping in and out without ever alerting the hunger at all. Ooh, cool. Ooh. The objective stays the same. Bring me a leather cap, but the approach is up to you. Ooh, that's cool. We want quests to support different builds and different playstyles rather than forcing every player to solve the same problem in the same way. Sometimes the safest solution is combat. Sometimes it is planning. Sometimes it is stealth. And sometimes it is simply knowing when not to fight. Oh, another player built for stealth. Here we go. Oh, okay. Sometimes the fastest solution is combat, sometimes it's planning, sometimes it's stealth, and sometimes it is simply knowing when not to fight. Gear reflects your general level of progression, but it is not the progression itself. Gear is not the progression itself. Gear is not the progression itself. Better equipment makes things easier and faster, but the real progression in hunger comes from what you have completed. What have you done, right? What relationships have you fostered? How deep have you gone? Which districts have you unlocked? And how far you have climbed through the chateau. That is so cool, right? That's so cool. Look at this. Look! This is the game. It's a fucking painting. This is a shitty GIF. And it looks good. Look at the volumetric, right? Oh. The lore of the world after the end. Moving forward, we will begin sharing some of the foundational lore that sits behind the world of hunger. It is built on a large body of written material that has been developed alongside the game from the beginning. Holy shit. And it defines the boundaries, the logic, and the tone of everything we create. This lore exists to guide development. Every map, character, faction, weapon, and creature in the game is designed within the rules of this world, rather than being added arbitrarily. Those of you who played in the tech test will already have seen this in practice. Locations have histories, enemies have origins, and the objects you carry have a place in the setting. We believe this grounding is an important part of what makes the world after the end feel coherent and believable, even at its most strange. Even when the game is fucking weird, right? It makes sense in the context of the lore of the world after the end. Because of that, we want to start sharing some of these texts with the community so you can better understand the structure behind the world we are building. The following piece is one of those writings. Dang. Dang. Origins and spread of the bacterium. Uh-oh. D Bacterium Volume 1, being a true account of the bacterium and the undoing of men. Here we go. This is the last, this is it. After this, there's a little bit of lore. I'm going to read it slowly and carefully, and then I'm going to end stream and eat a sandwich and lay on the ground for a little bit, okay? Okay. This is in a guild leader voice for sure. If I do that, though, I'm going to hurt my throat. I can't take it. If I do a proper guild leader voice, I've already been shout talking for 4.5 hours, okay? Yeah, never mind. All good, thank you. Guild leader's about to bust. I hope it's worth hearing. Let's see. No scholar has yet been able to determine with certainty the moment at which the bacterium first entered the affairs of men. No scholar has yet been able to determine with certainty the moment at which the bacterium first entered the affairs of men. The calamity that followed was so sudden in its latter stages that it invites the comforting fiction of a clear beginning. A single ship, a single patient, a single dreadful day upon which the world turned. Yet, the surviving records allow no such neat division. When the old papers are examined with care, the earliest disturbances appear scattered across many years, long before the final campaigns of the Empire, and long before any man imagined that what we now call the end would come to pass. Most accounts place the first credible signs at the ports. Bordeaux is most often named, though never with certainty. The registers of the city for the year 1798 contain an entry from the infirmary near the Chartrons quay describing a sailor brought ashore from a vessel newly arrived from the West Indies in a state of violent agitation. The attending physician noted that the man fell upon 2 orderlies with such strength that irons were required to hold him, though he had already received wounds that should have rendered him insensible. The case was entered simply as a derangement of the humors, attended by fever of an unknown kind. The man died before morning. The matter went no further. Earlier still, a parish book from the countryside outside Poitiers, dated October 1794, records the execution of a farm laborer who, after several days of what the priest called a black fever of the mind, seized a stable boy and tore at his throat with his teeth before being shot by men of the local guard. The disturbance was set down as delirium, brought on by privation, which was common enough in those unsettled years, and no further notice was taken. In Lyon, the surgical notes of the Hotel Dieu for March 1799 describe a patient who continued to thrash, bite, and struggle after receiving injuries which, in the surgeon's words, ought to have extinguished all voluntary motion. The man expired after prolonged restraint. The man expired only after prolonged restraint. The attending surgeon judged the case to be a most pernicious form of inflation of the nerves, perhaps made worse by drink. Nothing in the report suggests that the occurrence was thought extraordinary. There exist even older notices, though their relation to the bacterium cannot be proved. There exist even older notices, though their relation to the bacterium cannot be proved. In the diary of a merchant of Nantes, written in the summer of 1787, there is mention of a dock worker who, after falling into a violent fever, attacked a customs officer without provocation and attempted to bite those who came to his aid. The writer supposed the man to have contracted some distemper brought in with the cargo newly arrived in port, and the incident was passed over without remark. No deaths, beyond the patient himself, were recorded. Among the military papers preserved at Mates is a memorandum dated 1792 concerning a dragoon who, after complaining for several days of pains in the head and spine, struck at his comrades with what the adjutant described as animal ferocity. The report recommends confinement, and in the margin is later added that the man died in the infirmary after a sudden worsening of his condition, the cause being entered as a malignant fever. Taken singly, such incidents appear of little consequence, right sporadic and disconnected. The medicine of our present day possesses a broad and accommodating language for afflictions imperfectly understood. Disorders of the humors, corruptions of the blood, inflammation of the nerves, putrid fevers, distempers brought by ship from distant climates. Any of these might be named, and often are. In an age long accustomed to war, to famine, and pestilence, violence attended by delirium does not at once present itself as the sign of any new calamity, but is as ready set down among the main miseries to which the body and mind of man are already subject, right? The world is already shitty. We don't look at particular outbursts of weird fevers and distempers as any sign of new calamity. Only after the calamity had fully declared itself, in the troubled years that led at last to the end, did clerks, surgeons, and magistrates begin to look back through the old entries with a different eye. When these scattered notices are set side by side, they give the uneasy impression that the bacterium may have moved quietly among the people for many years before it was recognized. A sailor in Bordeaux in 1798, a laborer in Poitiers in 1794, a soldier in 1792, a dockside sickness in 1787, each too small to alarm the authorities, each explained according to the understanding of the time. Some therefore hold that the first stirrings of the plague may reach back further than a decade before the fall of the empire, perhaps further still, concealed among the ordinary confusions of disease and madness that filled the records of the closing years of the last century. Others maintain that these earlier cases are being drawn into the present account only because later horrors compel us to search for a beginning where none was recognized at the time. Thus, the origin of the bacterium remains uncertain even now. It may have entered France by way of a crowded seaport in the last years of the previous century. It may have lingered, weak and imperfect, through the disorders of the Revolution. It may even have appeared more than once before finding the circumstances in which it could fully take hold. What seems most certain is only this. By the time men understood that something new had come among them, it had already been there for far longer than anyone then living was willing to believe. Wish list hunger, and follow the community to get updates for future tests. Friends, colleagues, board members, executives. How do I say? No list, only yap, right? Yeah. You get a love letter from a new person, and you're very excited to meet this person, aren't you? You're very excited. Link to hunger. Okay, there's the post. There's the post. Fucking awesome. Well-written lore. I agree. Claps in chat. Stay a while and listen vibes. Thanks, Charlie. Guys, the weekend is coming. Let's get Marty in Realm of the Mad God, shall we? Let's do a few more raids of Realm of the Mad God. Let's get 10 people in the guild hall, right? Let's have fun with that. And then we're going to go back to Stone Shard on Monday. We got the permadeath campaign. We've got an update to Stone Shard. I can't wait to check that out. My voice is hanging by a thread, guys. So I'm going to jump off. Okay? We're going to power it down. I want to say thank you again for hanging out, for tolerating my eccentricities, for listening to me shout at you and express some frustrations I have about a game that we all love, right? I really appreciate it. Such a great stream today. Thank you guys for the time. Thank you, NAP, for the time. Thanks everyone for being here. Arkar the whole time, buddy. The whole time. From soup to nuts, right? It's Arkar. I appreciate it. I thank you very much. Ready to investigate some alternate, what? French history? Totally. Amazing stream. Happy Thursday. Thank you, Two Hands. Thank you, Marty. Much love as always. Stone Shard update, it happened. I haven't seen it yet, but we'll check that out on Monday, okay? Love to hang. Love you all, guys. Love you. Love you, Mingus. We'll do the goodbye song. We'll do goodbye song. Tavern, Mingus, good missive. Power this down. Goodbye song. Can you hear it okay? Probably. There it is. Okay, dudes. Goodbye, Minguses. Goodbye, Binguses. We'll see you around this weekend, okay? Mwah. Thanks for hanging out, guys. See you next time. Bye.